Introducing the MODUS Super Series, an exciting new weekly darts competition. Hi there, good morning. Welcome along to another week here at the MODUS Super Series as we look to fill our places at Champions Week. It's getting closer and closer, isn't it? Well, as it's Monday morning, let's just give you a quick reminder of how things work here at the Super Series. Featuring top international players competing for more than £1 million in fees and prize money. There is a new MODUS Super Series champion every 13 game weeks. So how does it work? 12 players compete every game week with live footage of every match broadcast 6 days per week. Group matches take place Monday to Friday in morning and evening slots as players compete in a series of eliminators. The 6 qualifying players contest the finals every Saturday evening. Round-robin group matches are followed by semi-finals and the final, producing a new winner each week. Every 13th week, the winners from the previous 12 weeks contest the MODUS Super Series Champions Week. The winner takes home the MODUS Super Series title and earns £20,000 first prize, and after Champions Week, action starts again for week 1 of the next series. Yeah, and we are getting closer to that Champions Week. Matthew Edgar joins me. He's going to be in commentary this week again with Henry Deacon. And as we do get close to that all-important week, there's a possibility that one player could actually win £25,000 in the space of 3 weeks. It gets really, really interesting and intense now, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think it was Chris Mason who had that on the last time, of going in last and getting the £5,000 and then turning it around quite quick. It can get quite tricky, you know, logistically. Some of these players still have full-time jobs, so it can get quite tricky to get sort of 2 weeks off back-to-back. But you're going to give it a go, aren't you? It's a yearly wage for a lot of people.
Yeah, well, we've got 9 players there already. The last of them qualified here on Saturday night. And here's Henry Deacon with a recap of the highlights.
Richie Howson went into finals night as favourite to win week 9, but he was eliminated in the group stages courtesy of this 4-1 defeat to Adam Mould. DJ Darren Johnson was led spinning by Ian Moss. He progressed his way through at the expense of the Yorkshireman. He gave himself a round of applause there, and he was more than pleased by getting the better of Michael Huntley, making his way into the final on debut. Adam Mould repeated the feat, getting the better of Robert Thornton as his Saturday voodoo continues. But it was Adam that broke the mould by winning a last leg decider to get the better of Moss in the final, cheered on by good friend Jack Vincent.
Adam Mould, Matt, the second successive ADC qualifier to make it through to Champions Week. Adam Warner doing it before Christmas, Adam Mould afterwards, showing that that system, that affiliation's working.
Oh, absolutely. When we look at what they guys have done and they've come through here, we've seen it before with players that came previous and they looked competitive, but they didn't look like winners. And now we're starting to see more winners come through. A lot of the time that comes down to competitive play, and the ADC is putting more and more darts on all the time, so their ranking system's going to become more validated as well, because you can't just shoot to the very top of it after a couple of events. It is a nationwide ranking system, and it's showing how it's paying dividends in terms of what's coming down here and succeeding, and we're going to see another one today.
Well, let's just take a look at who he joins at Champions Week. There are only now 3 places left to fill. Jim McEwen seems a long time ago since he took that first place, with Justin Smith, Colin Osborne, Alexander Merckx, Graham Usher one to watch as well. Raymond Smith, who we saw at the World Championship, and then the 2 Adams, the ADC qualifiers that I mentioned. So far, the way the field is building, who stands out for you as a potential winner of that £20,000 first prize?
It becomes really tricky when you look at this group. I think when you're looking at the standard, you've got to look directly to Raymond Smith and say that he is probably the pace setter in terms of who's going to hit the best consistent range of ability. Justin Smith has a ridiculous ceiling. How far he goes in the game, I don't know. He'll be interesting. And obviously Graham Usher as well. Interesting quirk with Graham Usher. I like the fact he can play with both hands, and what I hear is actually equally as good. But we expect him to be left-handed in that, and if he is, I think he's a challenger as well.
Well, some challengers in action this week as well. It's our second affiliated week with the World Seniors, although last week it was Adam, as Henry said, who broke the mould, the ADC qualifier, and wasn't from that seniors tour and made it through. Well, we could see something similar again this week with Davies from the ADC. We've got Mike Symes coming in, a late replacement for Gary Robson, who some of you may have seen was due to play this week, but he's withdrawn late. So Mike Symes, a local talent from the Portsmouth area, coming in. And your good friend Kevin Painter in Group A as well.
Yeah, I've got to say Kevin Painter's probably the standout name in that group so far in terms of sort of the standard he does. When he went and failed at Q School a couple of years ago, he said at that point he was going to be retiring from darts, but he's still as serious as ever, practicing all the time, every single week. He's getting ready for that World Seniors Championship as well, which he's going to be a runner in that again, like he was in all the seniors events last year. This is going to be good preparation for him moving forward.
And later on in the week, Martin Adams playing in Group C, finalist at the World Seniors Championship last year. The likes of Colin Monk, Paul Hogan as well, pretty well known here at the MODUS Super Series. So come on then, from those players, give us a name. Who do you expect, not necessarily to be winning on Saturday, but at least to be there?
I think this week's going to come down between Kevin Painter and Martin Adams. Davies, he's going to be somebody from what we've seen so far, and that ADC belt match with Robert Owen, which he played a very good standard in, breaking around about 93 average. I think those three are going to be the main three contenders looking forward to it.
Well, the first match today is Dave Prins against Kevin Painter, and Henry Deacon caught up with a pair of them a little earlier this morning.
Kevin, welcome back to the Super Series. Looking forward to this week?
Yeah, I am, Henry, actually. When I've been down here previously, I haven't done too well. I want to come here this week and perhaps do myself a bit of justice, you know, and get some decent darts going. We've got the seniors coming up as well, so I want to get some form going this week, you know.
I feel like I have a little bit of a point to prove this week.
I don't know about a point to prove. I mean, you always want to just come and do the best you can. I just want to play better than I have been playing when I have been down here, you know.
As you say, you're here in preparation for the World Seniors. Obviously, big event in the darting year now. You were there last year, had a really good one. So I suppose you'll be looking to rekindle those memories, and this as a practice event. Yeah,
I mean, this is a good event, you know, to build up for that. You know, you're on a stage. Obviously, I like to think I play my best games on stage. But, you know, as I said before, I've been here and haven't played, you know, I've had my moments. Of course, I've had my moments, but I haven't sort of been consistent enough, and I want to get that consistency up, build it up, and so I can go into that Worlds with a bit of confidence, you know.
We're looking forward to watching you play this week. Kevin, good luck.
Thanks very much, Henry.
Dave, welcome back to the Super Series. Second time at this venue for yourself. Looking forward to it?
I am. First time was a little bit experience, but hopefully do better this week.
2022 was a good year for yourself. Obviously, you won in the Isle of Man and had a good one elsewhere in other tournaments. So you must be going into 2023 and the events to come with plenty of confidence.
Yeah, I mean, I've had a bit of shoulder injury in November, but I've had a lot of physio and it's all right now. So hopefully, yeah, I'll kick on again.
So is this week a chance for you to get some match practice after that? And what are the expectations because of that? Is it just one game at a time?
Yeah, I've hardly thrown over Christmas like the last 2 months, but I've practiced the last week or so, but yeah, I'm confident.
We look forward to watching you play. Dave, good luck.
Thank you.
Well, sticking with that seniors theme, Dave Prins made the quarter-finals at the Circus Tavern last year in the inaugural event. Kevin Painter made it to the semi-finals, and he is the bookies' favourite to win Group A this week. So the first of 15 matches starts with the artist, and describing them all is Henry Deacon and Matthew Edgar.
Good morning, Chris. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to week 10 of Series 2 here at the MODUS Super Series. And if we can predict one thing, we're going to predict a riot and we're going to predict some good tungsten. And we have a battle between the artists and the badgers. We kick off our second week in affiliation with the World Seniors Darts Tour. Kevin Painter looking to get himself ready for the Circus Tavern and the World Seniors Darts Championship, where he turned off the power last time out, whilst today Prins, he made the quarterfinals of that particular event. He's back here at the beginning of 2023, looking to rediscover a bit of form, looking to get the game going again. And what we're going to see this week at the MODUS Super Series, I wonder. Well, one thing we can guarantee is we're going to get some prime entertainment in the commentary box, because we are in the company of Matthew Edgar.
Good morning, Henry. Good morning, everyone. Good week ahead here, this one. Really intrigued to see how this one develops. We're going to get to meet Davies for the first time. I'm looking forward to seeing how he develops this week. We've got a late stand-in in Mike Symes, local lad. Paul Hinks calling in all the action. A man who just can't get enough of darts. He actually went along to the county game this weekend, Hampshire versus Essex, and ended up calling some matches down there as well. A bit of a busman's holiday on his day off this week.
I do have a story from that yesterday. So he was called onto stage and he was very enthusiastic. He wanted to get the next game underway without remembering that they had to turn the board. So he was in the middle of trying to call out the players for game 7. He's gone, hold on, as they had to turn the board.
Kevin Painter, someone who announced his retirement from darts a couple of years ago, but what that basically meant was he was no longer going to be chasing a PDC tour card no more. Still takes the game mightily serious, practicing every week. Practice with a real strong purpose and intent. Looking forward to that Seniors World Championship. I've known Kevin since about 2011, I think it was I first met Kevin. So about 12 years ago. It was the year he got to the Worlds, beat Barneveld along the way. I think it was the semi-finals.
135.
And that year, he says that's the year he should have won the World Championship, not the 2004 final with Phil Taylor. We felt that was his year. And I remember practicing with him that year, and the intensity he put into his practice then, he still does now. And I do make him favourite to win this group. I agree with the bookies on what they've predicted with that one. He did say in his interview, didn't he, that he doesn't feel like he's put his best in down here. And you'd have to agree with someone with the pedigree and longevity that Kevin Painter's got. You'd probably have expected him to win a couple of weeks by now.
134.
Which is why I posed the question to him. Do you feel you've got a point to prove in this particular competition? But you just get the sense if he can click this week, he's got, well, he's the bookie's favourite. And I think rightly so as well. Martin Adams is going to provide some stiff opposition. He's in Group C later on this week. Dave Prins looking to do likewise.
I tend to look at a group and see if we can make arguments against players for a certain reason.
Your car 59.
Dave Prins, we can say, well, potentially the shoulder injury. Mike Symes on debut. Barrie Bates, we know the health issues he's had over times. You'll see this a lot from Kevin Painter. The step back, the reset, doesn't rush these combination shots. He takes it in two parts. The single and the double. It's not all just one shot, and often we can see those shots rushed. Kevin Painter will do what Kevin Painter wants to do. And right now, Kevin Painter wants to win the match.
Dave to throw first. Game on.
You've got to make the conditions as comfortable as possible for you. And I know people credit and attach the step back before aiming double technique to Rob Cross, but it was
60.
Kevin Painter who was actually the architect of that. Why rush a dart if you don't feel comfortable throwing it? You handicap yourself.
You know, a lot of players rely on a bit of rhythm, a bit of timing, but certain players can play without it. Kevin Painter clearly one of them due to the step back. Rob Cross adopting the step back as well, someone who can clearly play with that. You'd say Peter Wright is someone who could play without needing that rhythm or pace, because we've seen him play fast, we've seen him play slow. Brendan Dolan, another guy who I think could just throw the first dart every single time, where
58.
Certain players such as myself, Michael Smith, yes, I compared myself in the same conversation with Michael Smith, but
the only one you can.
players like ourselves, we rely quite well on that first start. The
95.
first start is so far off, it's so hard to adjust for dart number 2 and 3. It feels like throwing 3 first darts, which isn't the best way forward, where some people can throw 3
82.
first darts. It's a very strong skill and comes down to a very good mentality.
It's been a really good start this on Dave Prins, averaging 92.
121.
He's 1-0 down. May not be for much longer because he's had a more than proficient leg with the darts.
81.
And he's
David
going
Brown,
to get
90.
6 on 90. Heading down, 72 left.
82.
That's ideal, leaves himself double 4. Painter all the way back at 195.
Now, this is where we asked the first question of Dave Prins. He openly admitted that he hasn't practiced as much
100.
recently. Now,
David
where you're
got
going to
8.
lose that little bit of form is on the doubles. Let's see how this starts off for Dave Prins.
No score. Kevin O'Connor, 95.
Well thrown darts, no result. And it'll be interesting to see how that develops across the day. It is that shooting around the board, because you have that fluency of just throwing in the same sort of areas, the main sort of trebles. It's when you start coming to the doubles, that's where we start to lose that form. Kevin looking for 2 doubles to break the throw.
Game show
And a
the second leg.
fantastic
Kevin
check out there from
Painter.
Kevin Painter. Dave Prins had 3 darts to hold his throw there. Henry saying how well he was playing, and he really was. But Kevin Painter again comes
They'll let
down,
Kevin to throw first. Game on.
takes the leg. Now he's throwing first for a 3-0 lead and to start doing himself that justice he wants to do.
How much is that
77.
down to the match sharpness and awareness from Painter?
There's a lot of things I'm going to say this week that people that know Kevin Painter, for example, will probably say that sounds like Kevin's talking that, because we've spent a lot of time together. We've, you know, my growing up through darts was under Kevin Painter, and comments like that last
92.
one might even be something that Kevin's taught me over time, that when you're not doing that practice, it is going to be the doubles that start to cost you. So with that in mind, and with us having the same sort of thought pattern, he was probably quite
60.
confident, actually, in that situation, that Dave Prins may miss that shot and he could be coming back, which is why he set it up on a potential 2-darter and gave himself that hope.
95.
And Kevin's one of those players that knows where he is at his point in his career, but he still has that hunger and determination as ever to succeed, to win games, to win tournaments. And for the likes of Painter, the World
85.
Seniors Tour, has just given him this opportunity to have that bug again.
Oh, it never leaves you. When you're a competitive player
100.
and you're a competitive guy, that competitive side of you never leaves you. But Kevin's competitive in every walk of life. If tonight we met up and had a game of dominoes, he'd want to win that game of dominoes so bad. He literally wants to win
140.
absolutely
Kevin
everything.
O'Connor, 137.
And the Seniors Tour allows him to scratch that competitive itch.
$79. David O'Connor, 76.
Just a little think through and leaves himself on 58. Prins 76 then to obtain the break back to bring this match back on throw. He's going to get 2 darts at double 8. He missed 3 at double 4 in the previous leg.
60.
And he misses
Kevin
2
O'Connor, 58.
at double 8. And so Painter now to step in and open up a 3-0 lead. Tops he wants.
Tops that he's took out in the last couple of legs.
48. David O'Connor, 16.
Gives Dave Prins an opportunity to get that throw back. Throw that Kevin Painter took off him by that double-double combination in the last. The missed doubles are adding up for Dave Prins.
Game shot on the third leg.
It always feels
Prins.
good when you get your first leg on the board. Not just the first leg of a match, but the first leg of the day. The last thing you want to do is come on here early and get beaten quite convincingly. And there's in a bit of trouble of that happening there when Kevin
Both like
Painter went the
Dave to
two
go
darts at the
first.
double.
Game
But
on.
Dave Prins is on the board and he is batting, and he'll feel much better after that double eight.
We saw last week with Peter Manley, didn't we, where he lost on Wednesday's first game 4-0, and it just unravelled from there for him.
140.
I enjoyed watching Peter Manley last week. It was a interesting,
85.
fun watch, wasn't it? Not only just that, but we enjoyed listening to Peter Manley, or at least we did for the first 3 minutes, and then for the rest of the week, it was a bit of a wind-up, wasn't it, from Manley?
100.
Up to his usual stuff. Be interesting to see how he gets on at the Circus Tavern himself, because you got to think, last week he actually grew into it a little bit
57.
at times, didn't he? If you look at the key power stats, like say no 180s for the first 3 days, and he hit 3 on the Thursday. Realistically, Thursday, he could have won 3 out of his 5 matches. He mismatched darts.
Last week we commentated with
57.
with an ear free from the headset just to listen to what was going on in the practice room. It was quite the entertainment. These two serving up quite the
95.
entertainment. This is how the players are looking at the midway point of this match. Painter averaging 82.38, Prins 88.5. But the difference in this match are the checkout stats. 2 from 5 for Painter. Dave Prins
40.
missing 6 darts at a double in this game.
That
That
David
first
Carr,
dart became a real big
164.
hindrance there for Kevin Painter. The next 2 clattering off it. Just losing the pace, dropping low. Good last there from the Badger. Kevin will be hoping to leave 64 himself.
98. David Carr, 64.
Double 8 for level game.
Fifty-six.
Now, when Kevin
David
Painter was at
Carr,
his best, that's when he
106.
won the Players' Championship finals. He went in the Premier League, and this was a feature of his game. These low-ton finishes. Not able to roll those years
43.
back on this
David Carr,
occasion.
8.
But double 4 was a hindrance for Prins earlier.
He's missed 8 darts at double in this match.
Game shot on
But
the
he
fourth
finds a
leg.
way
Prins.
to level it up at 2 apiece. And to be fair, the way this game has gone, 2-2 is probably a fair summary, a fair
Looks like Kevin to
reflection.
go first. Game on.
But Painter looking to kick on in this all-important 5th leg with the darts.
100.
Yeah, Kevin will feel he should have been 3-0 up in this one. There's 2 missed darts at the double at the time. It looked like he was just extending and let Dave Prins back in.
85. 95.
Nicely grouped, compact darts. 95 the reward.
$58.
And we spoke, didn't we, last week about how different generations of players approach things differently. One thing you get with
45.
Kevin Painter, first of all, the appearance. Not one of these players you'll see wearing trainers. He always likes to make sure he's got a nice pair of shoes on. You'll see some Bobby Dazzlers on him this week. But it's that
40.
walk back, and then you'll see here the head down in preparation. He's not too bothered about what Dave's doing. He's not peering over his shoulder, looking over. It's all about what he does.
100.
Being in the best position to deliver the best possible darts that he can in the next visit.
He's a you against the ball player as opposed to you against the opponent type.
Yes, absolutely. You know, we wouldn't be getting the same situation we had like last week where Andy Jenkins was meerkatting over the shoulder of Richie Howson when he was going for that 1-3-2.
55.
Prins way back in this one. And I'll tell you what, so far today, there's been so many darts already, just in that corner of the treble 5, right over by the treble 20.
106.
Well, he couldn't take this out in the previous leg. He's still got a chance. He could have found a route to the treble 17 and bullseye. For the first time this week, someone is left on 127 in game.
42. David Carr, 127.
I do not understand that one bit. Dave Prins, what are you doing? A single 20 would have left the 107.
59.
The single 19 leaves 108. Can't be done in 2 darts. That is overcomplicating a simple solution.
And he may pay the price.
32. David Carr, 68.
But Painter misses the double 16, and so Prins returns to 68 to lead 3-2. Remember, he was 2-0 down, facing darts to a 3-0 deficit. He's going to get 2 at double 4. He's had a love-hate relationship with this week.
64. Kevin Newcar, 32.
And that love-hate relationship continues.
You sound like me on New Year's Day when I say it's the best day of the year so far there.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Kevin Painter.
Well, that's the best double 16 Kevin Painter's hit this week. Leading 3-2. He's on the verge of his best victory this week.
6th leg, Dave to throw first. Game on.
Come on, it's 9:30 on a Monday morning.
You're having a howler, aren't you? Having a howler.
140.
Isn't that just every day?
Best of 7, the format. First 4. So this is match
60.
opportunity for Kevin Painter. Dave Prins throwing to save it. Kicks off wheel 140. When Kevin did lose his tour card, he lost a lot of games from leading positions, and he lost a lot of games in last leg deciders.
100.
That'll be a pattern he'll be hoping to break.
$45. 58.
Prins starting downstairs, 2:10 left.
59.
Again, I just feel like he's overcomplicating. He's trying to think in a way that doesn't need to be thinking about, because actually he could have stayed on the treble 20. The treble 20, the target he's thrown at for 97% of this match so far. I don't see the reason to switch away until the last start, and only if you get the 2 single 20s. He's making a simple game difficult.
And can that come down to not playing as much recently for obvious reasons?
No, he should know.
83.
He's played this game for about 92 years.
143.
Dave Prins knows the score.
He isn't going to see the final score right here, right now, but he may need this 87
93. David Carr, 87.
to keep his hopes alive. The bull. Bedded. And we go all the way in the opening match of the week. And it is Painter who has the darts. He had darts for a 3-0 lead. He's now throwing to win the match in a last leg decider.
Game on. 100.
Always hurts more when it's on the ball. You always feel you've got a bit of hope, and especially that second dart from Davies Prins. That was very low in the 20 bed, right in the corner, very close to the one with a very aggressive upwards angle on the dart. That was not
59.
a well-thrown second dart, so fantastic recovery from Davies Prins to be able to pop that one in the ball.
I thought it was a good marker for the bullseye, if I'm being honest.
60.
One thing we know about Kevin Painter is he'll grow into this day. I think if Kevin is going to have a weaker performance, it's always going to be in this early slot.
100. $97.
Just checking those ones wasn't in. They was right on the wire. But no, Kevin, only singles.
$85.
It's a perfect dart for Kevin Painter. You can tell, just look at his face. That will tell you everything you need to know. Fills it up at the perfect time. That's the best 180 of the week.
Stop it.
100.
So Painter for the opening rubber of the week wants 64. Another one of them. For the double.
Game
For the
shot
match.
Kevin
For the
Painter.
first win of the week for Kevin Painter. He gets the better of Dave Prins in a last leg decider by 4 legs to 3. Both players averaging 81. Painter with the solitary maximum of the match to leave himself on that 64 to win him the game. And so Painter is in the points. He is on the board here in Group A. Well, we're going to take a short break. When we return, Mike Symes, who is a late replacement in this competition, will toe the hockey. He's going to take on Matt Clark. It's a battle of the debutants after this.
So a good start for Kevin Painter in the opening match of the morning here on week 10 at MODUS Super Series 2. Painter winning 4-3 against Dave Prins. Hitting the match as only 180 in a last leg decider there. Earlier on in the match, had that 95 finish with a double checkout. And looking in decent shape, though, Prins was more than competitive and will certainly be one to watch despite the niggling injuries that he spoke about during his interview earlier on. The next match is between Matt Clark and Mike Symes. Now, Clark from Kent, nicknamed Superman, I'm sure you can work that out. He's making his debut here at the MODUS Super Series, as is Symes, who got a very, very late call. His day is looking very different how it did when he woke up this morning, that after the last-minute withdrawal of Gary Robson. We'll let him tell you the story. Both men spoke to Henry Deacon a little earlier.
Matt, welcome to the Super Series. You've had a little bit of a throw on the stage. What's your first impressions?
I'm very impressed with it. It's not what you expect when you walk in the front door. It's been done superbly.
Looking forward to the week?
Absolutely. It's been a long time since I've played a proper competitive event on any kind of streaming or TV series, so I'm probably looking forward to getting my teeth back into it.
Nice to kind of get those competitive juices flowing.
Yeah, obviously it's been a bit of, well, for me personally, it's been a bit of a hectic 18 months. My spine went out of line last year. I had 6 months of physio. I had a mutating chest infection at the end of last year. So it's nice to be back in good health and looking forward to getting going again, getting back into it.
So is this week about enjoying as much as getting results?
Yes, definitely. Every single person here wants to get through to the Saturday and wants to win these first 3 days. But if you don't, there's still Thursday and Friday, and you just keep trying.
We look forward to watching you play. Matt, good luck.
Thank you.
Mike, welcome to the Super Series. What have you made of this setup so far?
That was brilliant. Yeah, a bit of a weird morning, but I was glad to be here.
I was going to say, last-minute call-up too this week, so I'd imagine your Monday morning plans have been dramatically changed.
That's an understatement, to be honest. Literally on the way to work, got the phone call, thought, right, turn around, grab me darts, get sorted, and here I am.
Well, I hope the boss isn't watching. I hope you told him you're here.
Oh, no, they know where I am.
Are you looking forward to this week? Obviously, I suppose, being here last minute, you got a total free will to kind of just play and express yourself.
Exactly that. I've got nothing to lose. I wasn't expecting it, so I'm a little bit excited. There's no nerves. It's just let's get on and let's see what I can do.
Well, I wish you all the best all week, Mike. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Well, what a way to start the day for him. He's gone from meetings with clients to a meeting with Superman this morning. At game 2 then is Matt Clark against Mike Symes. And on the mic are our commentators, Matthew Edgar and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. Well, you know what life is like. It'll throw you some curveballs every now and then, but some are better than others. And for Mike Symes, he was waking up this morning thinking, well, we'll head into the office, do a day's graft, and then go home, probably watch the chase and have a bit of tea. But now he finds himself here at the MODUS Super Series, which is what happens in life. He's a 42-year-old. He's from Gosport, so he's just over the sea from the Portsea Island Peninsula. He takes on Matt Clark, Superman. Been a while since we've seen him really on the stage, so you wonder what we will get from him. But for Mike, he's got the ultimate free roll. He didn't even know he was going to be here up until a couple of hours ago, so he can just go in.
He played for Hampshire County this weekend. He did get a victory in his match against Essex, but Essex taking in that game in the B game, 8-4. Mike winning his match in that and plays regularly in the Super League in the local area as well. So there's a little bit of pedigree in there. It'd be interesting to see how he gets on against players he's no doubt seen over the years on the TV, such as Matt Clark and Kevin Painter.
123.
And we saw with Scott Walters, didn't we, in the previous incarnation of Southampton. He got the call up right at the very, very last of minutes.
140.
Took the opportunity, and look where his career's gone now. He's a regular here. He's been successful here, and he's off to Q School today to try and win his PDC tour card. Came close to qualifying for Lakeside.
140.
Lost in the final qualifier. So this is what this competition can do, and sometimes maybe just that last-minute call-up, though not by design, can actually end up being a good thing because you're not thinking and over-worrying about it.
100. Matt
He started
Yokar,
extremely well in this
145.
one. Matt Clark. Known Matt Clark for quite some time as a dart player, and one thing I can say here is he's visibly faster on the eye. Was nearly visibly
125,
perfect on
Matt
the eye.
Yokar,
A 145 finish
136.
to kick us off with a 12 dart leg. Well, he's certainly faster at the moment, Matt Clark.
112, Matt Yokar, 20.
Well, that was a happy accident. It may mean nought, to be fair, because Clark is back for
Shot on
double
the
10.
first
Take
leg,
double
Matt
10.
Clark.
13 dart leg. That was a very, very good first leg. And one of the things Mike will have to find out about this format, well, both players, because they're debutants, have to find out about this format, is that we have a little pause from the first leg
Second leg,
to the
Mike,
next,
to
just so we
first.
can
Game on.
reset everything in the systems. You have a 10-second delay from the first to the second leg, and that's something that the players will become accustomed to as the week goes on.
83.
Super darts from Superman to kick us off a 13 dart leg.
$22.
Interesting the angle of entry here for Mike.
45.
And I'm going to try and look at the grip. My initial thought is with that angle of entry with the big flight on the back, I'm guessing it grips the dart quite close to the point. A little bit further down the barrel.
81.
Can the issue of that be that every now and then you may see a flyer?
Absolutely.
30.
Because the weight of the dart is behind the grip. Most people grip just behind the back of the balance point. You go in front of that, yeah, you're going to flatten the dart out, but you'll see the angle of the
137.
flight of the dart as it goes through the air just a little bit more unstable at times. Just leads itself to a little bit more
140.
inconsistency, but not a problem there for Mike.
Averaging 96 and behind. Matt Clark, who's come out the tracks flying here. Superman
100.
playing super darts at the Super Series.
$81.
Symes is also playing
Mario
super
Kart,
duper.
161.
Who is going to be the top tungsten trooper? Oh, hello. Hello.
114.
No, it was the
Mario
bull
Kart,
he was looking for.
122.
He wasn't able to find it though. He had to go at the 145 finish in the opening leg, got the two trebles but couldn't find the double. Same situation there.
90. Mario Kart,
Perfect
47.
setup there from Mike. But he has give Matt Clark 6 visits to break his throw, and Matt Clark is normally the type of player that will say thank you very much to those opportunities.
27. Mario Kart, 32.
A chance that Mike really deserves for the play that he's produced in the first couple of legs. But in this format, you've got to take advantage of
Game
them.
shot
That's
on the
exactly
second
what he
leg, Mike
does.
Symes.
Mike Symes is on the board. Levels up at 1 apiece. Matt Clark had the opportunity for 2-0. It came and went.
Third leg Matt to throw first. Game on. $60.
Referee today, the legend, Paul Hinks. Feels like we've become quite accustomed to each other. Me and you in the commentary box, Murph upstairs, Paul on stage.
100.
Now we're going to have a look here at the overhead camera, which gives us a great look at the angle of entry at which the players' darts go into the board. And you were talking a
100.
moment ago about Mike Symes' angle of entry. I'll let you explain a little bit further.
Yeah, this is all down to the grip. You can see on the dart sort of laying down a bit there, even more so on that. That is one of those more inconsistent darts you'll
100.
get. Because the dart is kicking out to the side. That's where it's not had the time in the air to correct itself. Gripping past the balance point, having all the weight of the dart behind the grip. becomes more like a
100.
like a sling rather than a throw. You see how that becomes awkward? He's got to go over to the left-hand side of the treble. But wow,
140.
when you can do that, why do you need the whole treble bed?
$97. Microcar 161.
I mean, this is really impressive from Mike Symes. I've been doing my research on him this morning. The best average I can find that he's ever thrown is an 83. Right now,
60.
running at a
Microcar
96.
144.
This is bringing out the very, very best in Mike Symes. Really needs a treble here. Might switch to the 18s.
58. Microcar 101.
So Symes here has a break chance. Should get a dart. We'll get a dart at tops. Takes the dart at tops to break the throw at Matt Clark and open up a 2-1 lead. It's a dream start for the debutant, who's given the call up right to the very last.
Fourth leg Mike to through first. Game on.
And considering it was such short notice that we had to find a
100.
player, the scout, the brilliant scout we have here at the Super Series may have done a fantastic job in finding Mike Symes.
He's certainly rising to the occasion, isn't he?
60.
I'm looking through the Hampshire Super League, and the last averages I can find, he averaged 50.85, 62.77, 68.15, 60.73, and he's come here today, he's averaging 95.
Maybe someone else was playing under his name.
60.
In fairness, I'm not saying
60.
that we were desperate, but even you might have got a call up at this rate, Matt.
Yeah, I think Chris Murphy might have been first into bat before I was. He did win the Family Christmas Open, didn't he? You might have seen all over Facebook. He is the house champion of the Murphy household.
Apparently they're trying to get a spot at the Grand Slam for the winner of that particular competition.
When you say they, do you mean Chris Murphy?
Yeah.
100.
So Symes, 141.
59.
For free.
Microcar 141.
I get the feeling that Matt Clark's been rocked by this as well, because when this change was made, I'm pretty sure all the players would have just had a little tiny bit of research to see what they was up against. And when you see those numbers that I've already just reeled off, the 50, 62, 68, 60 averages, you probably thought this was going to be a cushy game.
And also, do you enter the default because he's had no time to prepare? You think, well, I've had myself ready for weeks for this opportunity. He's only had a couple of hours to, well, probably had the chance to practice as he goes to double 16 for 3-1 lead.
9.
Doesn't go. So Clark 164 for 2 apiece. Well, that will continue the conversation at the end of this leg. The 164 doesn't go. So Symes to open up a 2-leg buffer in his debut game.
42. Microcar 32.
I think this has completely rocked and shocked Matt Clark.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
I think it shocked us all. Averaging 90. 3-1 up in this one. Matt Clark in a spot of bother.
As a player in the practice room, if you're in that scenario, you see someone come in last minute, what would your thoughts be? Because players know about a month, couple of weeks, maybe a bit longer in advance, especially at the start of the phase, when they're going to be playing in this competition. They get a lot of advance notice. Whereas Mike's been drafted in right at the very last. So the players have had the opportunity for that time to gear up for this, whereas
60.
effectively Mike's going in cold.
He is, but he's now throwing darts with a completely different complexion. He's now throwing darts to win a match. It's all right when you come here, it's all fun and jovial and we're throwing. Now we're going to get to see
60.
If Mike can get over that line. He's played very well. At the moment, there's no signs to suggest he can't keep this going. 10 scores of over 100, 3 140s, 50% on the doubles, including a 101
41.
out. But we haven't seen this level from him in any of his other events that he plays in. Is this the point where he starts to think, where it starts to be from the adrenaline and it starts
100.
to go from excitement to nerves? Because adrenaline can make you feel both of those emotions, and it's how you process which one you believe in, which you're feeling.
And so if you're Matt Clark, if you feel if
60.
you just stick in there, you stick in with the task, you hope that there's opportunities because of that.
I think there will be opportunities, and it's just if Matt Clark is capable of taking them, because actually since that opening couple of legs, Matt Clark has been very well off the pace. First treble of the leg for Mike.
100.
11 darts in. Signs that that excitement is just starting to switch to the nerves.
58.
What is this position like that Mike's in, just for the mere mortals among us?
140. Michael Carr, 126.
You've got to be careful not to think ahead. I mention all the time, you've got to see it out. You can't stand in the corner for the last 4 minutes with the ball and try and play down the clock.
54. Michael Carr, 100.
You've literally got to get completely over the line. And he's potentially 2 darts away from that.
Game shot.
And maybe it's a Symes of the times, as Mike Symes, the man who only got the call this morning to play in the Super Series, claims a 4-1 victory on debut against Matt Clark. And what a performance it was as well. 88.5 average for him, 2-ton plus checkouts, a 4-1 win against the highly fancied Matt Clark for him. We're going to take a short break. When we return, it is BB against DD as Barrie Bates takes on our ADC qualifier, Davies.
Well, 3 hours ago, Mike Symes was on his way to work. Now, he's beaten Superman, got the call-up for his debut at the MODUS Super Series, and he's beaten Matt Clark convincingly as well in his first match of the morning. There is the tail of the tape in that one, an 88.61 average for Mike Symes, who took out 101 and hit half of his double attempts in the game. A rude awakening for Clark, second favourite to win this group, and might have thought that he'd have an easy ride when Symes replaced Gary Robson late on, but none of it from the Hampshire County player. A really good start for him. Joins Kevin Painter in winning his first match of the day. On to game 3 then, and it's an old Welsh affair between Barrie Bates and Davies. Bates, of course, a PDC title winner, World Cup finalist with Mark Webster, a good friend of Davies and fellow Denby darter, and Henry Deacon caught up with a pair of them a little earlier this morning.
Barrie, welcome back to the Super Series. Another go for yourself on this stage. How did you find the first time?
Yes, I really enjoyed it. I got to be fair, like the setup was absolutely brilliant. And it was nice, well, to get back into darts again, having a little throw and win 1 or 2 games. So touch wood now, might do a little bit better this time.
How is the game at the minute?
At the moment, not too bad, because I've took over a pub, so I'm practicing a lot, back playing local league. But the problem is with me, when I turn up, it's how it goes. So touch wood, it'll go well this week.
Has your darts at the minute been about enjoying the game?
Yeah, mostly enjoying now that I go on the seniors tour, and I've been invited to this, so which I'm awful grateful for. But it's mostly now enjoying it, getting back to being like the old champagne, laughing and enjoying it again.
But of course, you'd enjoy it a bit more if you've got a couple of wins, surely.
Oh, definitely. My aim is, like you said, I'm here to try and win and get through to Saturday. If it don't happen, it don't happen, but I'm going to give it my all.
We look forward to watching you in that quest. Good luck, Barrie.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
David, welcome to the Super Series. What's your first impressions?
Wow, really. I've never done anything like this of this calibre before, so I've done things around my area, but it's absolutely brilliant. The venue's great, the people are great, so yeah, really looking forward to it.
New experience, looking forward to it?
Yes, most definitely. Again, I've not done anything at this level. I've done comps as I've just said, so the talent behind the back is really good. So yeah, I'm looking to show them what I can do.
Have you set any expectations this week, or is it one game at a time?
One game at a time. I've always said that. When the group come out, I thought, right, okay, I've got my work cut out here. So yeah, I'm just going to go one game at a time and see where we go from there.
You've qualified via the ADC. What has that system done for you in your game? It's
massive, not just for me, but for all amateur players, really. There's so many paths now where there used to just be one. Now it's opening up to everyone. So yeah, I'm doing what I can in the ADC, and that's going really well at the moment.
We wish you all the best today, David.
Brilliant.
Good luck.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Tom.
Well, as you mentioned there, Davies is this week's amateur darts circuit player. He won the ADC Welsh title, beating Super Series superstar Robert Owen to triumph, and he takes on the ultra-experienced Barrie Bates in his first match. Will Davies deliver on debut, or will Bates enjoy a champagne breakfast? Let's find out with Matthew Edgar and Henry Deacon.
David Davies is on the hockey, and darts means darts. The 37-year-old from Denby using a 19-gram Mark Webster dart, which I suppose is quite fitting because Mark Webster's on that same part of the world. The Welsh ADC champion, beating Stack Attack in that final. Not just beating him, but dismantling him. 8-1 en route to victory. Up against him, Barrie Bates in this all-Welsh tussle here in Game 3 of our day. Champagne Barrie Bates, one of the legends of the game, isn't he? Former UK Open finalist. And he said in his interview there that he's at this stage of his career, he just wants to enjoy his darts. He's just bought a pub. So can the landlord hold the keys to success here?
Yeah, you mentioned there that David Davies is using a set of Mark Webster darts. Mark Webster actually put a tweet out
Barrie to throw first,
saying good luck to his mate David Davies, playing in the MODUS Super Series. Says it's a tough group, but he is more than capable. So he gets the seal of approval from
45.
Former BDO World Champion Mark Webster.
If he is tuning in, morning Webby, hope you're well.
99.
You mentioned the vastly experienced Barrie Bates. When you look back through the career that he had, yes, we always go to that UK Open
96.
final because it was the furthest he got in a major event. But a World Championship quarter-finalist, World Match Play last 16, played in the Grand Slam, quarter-finalist of the Grand Prix.
140.
Last 16 at the European Championship, represented Wales in the World Cup. 2 Pro Tour titles to his name in the Players' Championship events. Also picked up a couple of Open titles before the PDC moved to these sort of Pro Tour events. One of them in Eastbourne in 2006. Now, that used to be a nice little event to go to at the Eastbourne Winter Gardens, as David Davies spends no time to settle into this one.
100.
I'm going to ask you a question about old venues in the next leg. Davies, though, has come out the tracks firing here, leaving 82 after 9. On for 12 data in his first leg at the Super Series.
Game shot on the first leg. David Davies.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant from David Davies. And we've been told these are the sorts of signs of form that we should expect from him as the week goes on. Well, he's come out the traps. All guns are blazing.
Maybe we should call these darts 19-gram David Davies darts because he throws them better than Mark Webster does.
Morning, Mark. Hope you're well.
42.
I had to get him back because he digged me out during the World Championship, didn't he, in the Darius Lavanauskas game.
100.
I'm an easy target whenever Darius is on the board.
It's the only target you could find when you're against Davies on the board.
57.
Rumour has it he only stopped running around the stage after winning that leg yesterday.
Yeah, I had to get ready to come back down to here.
60.
I want to talk about old venues. You mentioned Eastbourne there. Now, you've played in a lot of venues throughout your career. You've played at the likes of Crawley. Do you ever play the Vauxhall Open?
Yes, many a times.
48.
Yeah, Great Yarmouth.
Out of the venues we don't use anymore, which one would you love to go back to and play again?
60.
I mean, the simple answer is none of them, because there's a reason we don't go to them no more, because it was terrible. But there's a couple, though, that...
I'm glad we're having this conversation.
There are a couple that
36.
do stand out. I mean, the Reebok at Bolton, the UK Open. I mean, yes, I get the venue was a bit too small, but what a fantastic venue and
42.
some amazing memories there that really did give me massive opportunities. I think another one I probably miss is a Pro Tour venue we used to have. In January, we used to go over to Benidorm.
140.
Maybe next year we should have a Benidorm week.
99.
Which I think our commentary friend and colleague Glenn Dowen is currently enjoying himself at the minute.
He's in Tenerife. He's in Tenerife at the minute. So
same part of the world.
Yeah, he's getting a bit of sunshine, lollipops.
43. Value car 140.
Good response from Barrie Bates.
Car 135.
His throw broken by a rampant David Davies. So 3 darts at tops. Maybe can't take this one out.
46.
Barrie Bates 40. To level things back up.
That was a bit of a flyer.
35. David Yukar 89.
Just didn't look quite settle steady there, Barrie. So David returns at 89 to hold throw and open up a 2-0 lead, having accrued the break in the first.
57.
But his charge comes and goes, 5. And so Bates returns 4-5. 2s.
3. David Yukar 32.
And now this turns into a bit of a steal with the darts of David if he can convert. Exactly what he does.
David Davies.
When he's won that second leg in pretty much double the time he won the first. 2-0 he leads on his debut though. Bates had work to do. He just 5 darts a double in that previous leg to level us up and bring the game back with throw.
97. 70.
I love players that give you that little bit of emotion. The players that are
85.
visibly expressive, and you could see like the first dart goes in the treble 20, the next one in the 5, and there was almost like a surprised, disgusted look on the face of Davies. Nice, lovely
95.
balance line on that front leg all the way up to the shoulder. Barrie Bates, someone who feels career at the very top was
119.
cut a little bit short due to health issues. Had a few more years at the very, very top, but very, very still body, arm coming through, fingers down to the floor. It's textbook sort of action here from Davies.
Fair to say a contrast of styles in this one.
Oh, absolutely. Davies is someone you can see has really worked on their game. All the points of technique are pretty much bang on, so for him to develop his game, you'd have to say it's going to come down to the routines and that practice and how to practice with progression and purpose, how to maximise the talent that he's already got, how to drag out every little bit of ability.
Barrie 98.
98 for Bates. Double 12.
86. David Ducal.
That's that sixth dart missed at double in this match, and so Davies returns to 104 for a 3-0 lead. It'd be for the double break. Well, he's not the 4 off. Tops.
Game shot on the third leg.
Davies opens up a 3-0 lead by taking out the 104 in a unusual way. Well, it's a traditional way, but just the other way round. But he opens up a 3-leg cushion over Barrie Bates, who's missed 6 darts at double in this match. And this is a solid start to Super Series life for the ADC Welsh champion. Averaged 93 in that final against Wilbert Owen. Really impressive performance. That was in Manchester in July.
100.
Obviously, Q School gets underway as well today. We've got
58
events taking part in the UK and Europe. We'll let you know if there's any real big talking points coming out of there. We've got a lot of Super Series
32.
regulars on the hockey at the moment. Just seeing James Richardson go 3-0 up, Graham Usher on the hockey as well at the moment. So we will let you know if there are any key changes or runners and
59.
riders get eliminated in the early phases.
Yeah, there's an all Super Series battle that between Usher and Martin Thomas. That is a tough first round game.
69.
Dan Reading and Dylan Slevin as well. That is an ouch for both players. Slevin 2-1 up in that. We'll give you updates as the day goes on. Alex Smalley, it's Colin Osborne.
60.
Steve Hine, the Muffin Man, also in action. We'll keep you updated, as I say, as the day goes on with all the latest results. Because we could be on the verge of a result here, because David Davies is on the cusp of possibly sealing a 4-0 win.
43. 58.
And he is going to get 6 from here, David. But only a 60 opens the door up for champagne.
58. David Ducal, 161. 123. Value car 126.
Now he can no longer take out the finish, so David Davies will return for 38.
86. David Ducar,
The
38.
leading pundits in the game at the moment, former world champion Mark Webster, said that he is more than capable.
Game, shot,
And
the
he
match.
is
David
more than
Davies.
capable of getting results here. A 4-0 success in his opening game against Barrie Bates. Barrie Bates will be looking to get that one turned around as the day goes on. And I think with Barrie Bates, we're going to see him grow into the day. David Davies can't grow any more than a 4-0 success. Matt Clark is going to hope to grow into the day, as is Dave Prins. Two players who lost their opening games are taking each other on in our first round next.
Welcome back. Well, before the break, we saw a dream debut for David Davies, the Welshman, the qualifier from the ADC this week, beating Barrie Bates and beating him well as well. A 4-0 success on debut, 104 checkout in there as well. Started with a dozen dart leg and never really looked back. Barrie Bates with a lot of work to do if he's going to try and turn around his day, the outsider in this group. But David Davies really producing in his first appearance. Coming next, it's a match between two players who lost their openers in Dave Prins and Matt Clark. Prins went down to Kevin Painter in the first match of the day, though it was in a last leg decider, and he did produce some decent finishing in that game, including this 87 checkout completed on the bullseye to force that deciding leg. Nicely done there from Prins, but ultimately the match ended in defeat. As for Clark, well, it was a bit of a tough start for him, beaten 4-1 by another debutant in Mike Symes, who was a late replacement for Prins's Geordie pal Gary Robson, who had to withdraw from this week's proceedings. So a chance for one of them to get off the mark. Can Clark get the better of the Badger, or will Prins prevail? Let's find out with our commentary team, Henry Deacon and Matthew Edgar.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Chris. So, Dave Prins against Matt Clark begins the second round of matches here today at the MODUS Super Series. We saw Clark in action against Mike Symes. He was defeated by 4-1. Right for Prins, he was also on the receiving end of defeat in the last leg decider against Painter, who's going to pick up their first win of the day. I wonder.
Yeah, it's a tough one to call on the basis of those first games. Davy Prins, probably the more consistent of the two, ended up missing a few darts at double. He had 14 darts in total, hit the 3. Has been out of action for a little bit recently due to a shoulder injury. And that is where it will flag up the most on those sort of shooting around the board visits. Matt Clark can fly in out the traps. Wide a 1-4-5, wide a 1-6-1. Looked like he was going to run away with the game at one point against Mike Symes.
First leg is Steve to throw first.
Just slowly rolled down the hill.
Game on.
Davy Prins, decent season last year. Had some good runs on the WDF tour before November, when said that's when he had that period of time where he was getting treatment for the shoulder. Not thrown much over Christmas, but sometimes that can also be a bit of a help when you have that little
41.
bit of a break and when you've played for the length of time that Dave has. I expect that he will get firmer as the week goes on in terms of his percentages around the ring.
100.
So for Dave Prins, because of that issue, the injury, the problem, does it make the first games even more crucial just to get the points on the board early on, whilst you know that you're still in as full a bill of health as possible, because you don't know how you're going to react later on in the day, because he hasn't played much since that?
It's a tricky one. It really is, because a lot of this just comes down to
26.
how Dave Prins imagines this is going to go. It's what are his expectations? We saw that with Mike Symes earlier on, didn't we? Who came with
42.
No expectations because he didn't expect to turn up here today. It just happened for him where he got that call due to the late withdrawal of Gary Robson. And he ended up putting a good 20 points
48.
on his average from what we've seen of him in any other sort of sphere. Just having a look over to Q School, just see Corey Cadby, one of the very big stories of Q School this year.
134.
Has gone through with a 5-0 success. So he's into the second round. He's one that is really going to be catching a lot of attention.
Yeah, just having a look in Europe and the Q School there. Some horrible first-round draws. Nico Kurtz up against Moreno Blom, one that really stands out. Kurtz averaging 88 and a 5-3 win against Blom, who averaged 82. We saw him here in September time and actually played really well. Got through to the final after a struggle the first couple of days. Andy Bartons from Belgium, really fancy and really highly fancied player. 5-4 victory against Tony Alstonas. High quality encounter, 85 plays, 84. And we'll have a look at some more results on the UK and Europe in leg 2. But here, Prins leaves 1-2-4 after 15. Both these players should take a little while to kind of get out of the traps, but
You'd see some strange combinations from Dave Prins in the opening one.
99. Matt Rukar, 90.
One far simpler equation. Get the ball to be Painter in the 6th leg. Mike Clark stays well away from that dart. Sensible play. No deflections.
65.
Guarantees the dart
Dave
at the ball.
25.
they're both wanting the same thing, but only one will be able to win the leg. Prins gets first go at the 25.
Game shot
and
the
mopped
first
it up
leg. Dave Prins.
to take a 1-0 lead.
Second leg, Matt to throw first. Game on.
Just having a look at Q score. We actually had a 127 game from Davy Prouston.
97.
Richard Vainstra, a 5-0 winner early on in proceedings. Jim Widmeyer, 5-1 winner against Lars Moynat. John Desmo, I hope he's not
100.
nervous today. Well, he's not nervous at all. Final victory against Attilia Valley of Hungary. That's probably one of the best interview moments of the year when John Desmo forgot he was live.
121.
Let's just say he was a little bit nervous. Wow, that's desperately unlucky from Dave Prins.
It didn't even look loose in the board.
20.
I mean, his darts do kick slightly to the side, which means they're not going to go as deep into the board. It's not going to get that full penetration. But wow. It's kind of something we're seeing quite a bit at the moment. When players are now starting to tinker more with equipment and points and different things, that we're starting to see a lot more darts. No scoring.
140.
Well, he sort of made up for it there. Gave us the chance to show you our brand new invention, floor cam. So 120 scored there, so 42 left. We're took the square for the double 16, went a little bit wide in that effort, so 27 upon his return. And Prins back on 2-4-1, but he should really be on a finish, but those two treble 20s at the board did not help for those efforts.
27.
So 27. And game.
That's quite a way off the 11, that one. That's firmly in the 8.
11.
And that's the second time in consecutive visits he's missed a big number.
Oh, that one's a bit wobbly in the board as
90.
well.
Microcar 16.
One from 5 in the opening game, Matt Clark.
8.
He's 1 from 5.
David 55.
He's none from 5, sorry. In this one. 10 darts at the double so far today. Matt Clark has bought himself. Able to convert on one occasion. Dave Prins offer up some punishment.
35. Microcar 8. Game shot on the second
Double 2 is nailed to level this game up at 1 apiece.
Third leg, Dave to throw first. Game on.
Makes you think how much that 2 darts on the floor would have
60.
hurt.
$43.
Well, let's have a look at the UK
60.
Q score then. There's some sizable results early on in proceedings. Colin Osborne in the battle against Alex Small is the victor 5-4 in an all Super Series battle there. Osborne, who, if he doesn't win his Q card, will be here at Champions Week.
100.
Dylan Slevin beating Dan Reed. 2 legs going toe-to-toe. 95-94 average in that one. 5-3, Slevin the victor. Graham Usher, the gambler. 5-3 against Martin Thomas.
60.
Just having a little look elsewhere. We'll keep it and keep tabs of proceedings as the day goes on. Remember, this is stage 1 of 2 at Q School. Adam Lipscomb winning 5-4 in his opening game, averaging 90 in the process. Cam Crabtree, 5-3 against Paul Anderson. Remember, this is stage 1 of 2 here. So this is to qualify for the second stage of Q School. And once you do that, that is when you'll get the opportunity to actually win the tour card.
100.
Players warming up now in the UK. Mason Whitlock, son of Simon. Scott Baker, the mod. Katie Sheldon, one of the most exciting talents we have in the women's game. James Hubble. David Vazuski against Lisa Ashton. That's going to be a cracker, by the way.
57.
Yeah, this is like the pre-Q School, isn't it? Pre-school. It's actually phase 2 where the tour cards will be handed out.
I think I've just seen the most ouch game of the day.
99.
Josh Payne against Justin Smith in round 1.
Yeah, they'll both strong fancies to get through. They'll both get through this phase quite convincingly, even though one of them's going to be missing out on a day.
180. David Carr, 122.
1-2-2 for Prins. Another. 7-7. Just steps back. Gets himself set. Spoke about how this works for Kevin Painter.
115.
I think that was more of a score check there for Dave Prins because he stepped back, he looked at the board, he pondered for a little bit. I think he just wasn't 100, and you can see with the reaction, I think he wasn't so sure about where that last dart needed to go. I think it was just a double checking situation rather than a setting himself, which is the complete opposite of being able to prepare himself correctly for that shot.
Both like Matt to throw first.
And
Game
with
on.
the counting we've seen so far from Dave Prins, I would not be surprised if that was the case, and certainly on the evidence of the visuals.
That is visually good. Visually perfect for Matt Clark.
Second of the match. Both of them going the way of Matt Clark.
55.
Neither registered a maximum in their opening game. But Matt Clark has registered a big breaker throw in this one already. Looking forward to that next game, actually. David
100.
Davies versus Kevin Painter. For me, these are the two that will be battling it out come the end of the week, or the end of Wednesday's play, should I say, for this Group A title.
100. $140.
Turning it up, isn't he? Sort of a wavy level of performance. He started brilliant. Went right the way down, and now he's building himself back up again.
140. Matthew Carr, 81.
You may have to do it for a stint where you have to win 3 in succession, because Clark here, anyone for 3-1, doesn't have to go 12 on board because Prins isn't on a
41.
finish. And so decides to square up for tops.
$58. Matthew Carr,
You can tell
40.
he likes tops because he keeps leaving it, but he keeps coming low. Very persistent though, and it's got to start going for him at some point. Comes low again.
No score.
Didn't say he hadn't even contemplated the bust, but he actually got the bust in the end, slipping into the 12s.
$60. Matthew Carr, 40.
So open up a 2-leg buffer. Double 10.
Game shot on the
Gets
fourth
there in the
leg.
end,
Mark
opens up a 3-1 lead, a leg away from victory. One of these players will get their first points on the board in the group. Having lost their opening matches, Prins to Painter and Clark to the dream debutant Mike Symes.
I do wonder how long we're going to see Matt Clark persist on this tops before maybe he considers a change.
125.
Because he is really struggling to get the height on this tops. He's coming low virtually every single time he comes round to it. Now, when you do have a favourite or preferred route, you will try and leave it at all the choices. But there becomes a point where you just start to doubt that method.
$134. 60.
Don't forget, if you are watching along at home, you can get in contact with us at MSS Darts. We can contact direct at the Edgar 501.
140.
And at H_Deacon Media.
We are talking all things darts today. We're obviously talking the Super Series, what you're watching right here, but we're also keeping our eye over Q School. Is there anyone you are expecting to get through? Is there anyone we should be keeping our eyes on? A little gem from your local area. We saw that today with Mike Sykes, a gem of the local area coming through. Davies, maybe a unearthed gem of Wales. We might see them develop this week, just like we've seen Adam Mould come through 54. The pack last week and become the winner. Adam Warner before Christmas. There are so many little hidden gems in the world of darts. Let us know who yours are, especially if they're taking place in Q School this week.
81. David Carr,
We'd love to have your company on this Monday morning. Well, the double 16 will team up for double 8, but is that first start kicking up like that, obscuring that particular double bed?
Got to go low.
Game shot.
Perfect dart there, Davy Prins. Where that dart was kicked up and the other one came across, it was a step to the left and he had to go low. He had about 30% of that bed at most in which he could get that one in. And he found it in the bottom part of the bed. Brilliant dart there from Davy Prins.
And so it keeps you in the match, but Clark now with the opportunity with the darts to get it done.
81. $137.
Excellent start, stealing the darts off a Superman. I'm surprised I haven't got a superhero called Badger Man.
95.
It's one of the things I never really got into, like all the superheroes and all that side of bits. Never really liked that, not really a sci-fi sort of guy.
121.
Well, to be fair, Badger Man would be that sort of person that sends you a WhatsApp at about 10:30 at night when you're about to go to bed. Oh, can you do this?
So you then.
59.
I didn't know you read those texts.
We've just found your identity. You're Badger Man.
Trust me, I badger a lot of people around here. They're sick at the sight
59.
of me. They're not saying no backstage next door either.
Yeah, they're not going to back you up.
No.
96.
Good leave there from Matt Clark. Finds the treble. Leaves the 170 for the match. Not many games get won on a 170 finish. Can only think of a couple off the top of my head.
60. Mike Ricard, 170.
And actually, one I can think off the top of my head was actually by a Matt. I might not have to think too hard to see another one. Matt Clark pulls that very low. Didn't even threaten it.
80. David Carr 124.
Well, Clark's got the chance
84.
to claim victory.
Mario Carr 90.
He's been made to work for it in the end. Prins left set on tops if this 90 doesn't go. Should get a dart at the bullseye at least. Will get a dart at the bullseye. Didn't even contemplate the treble there.
Did the same earlier as well, just guaranteed the dart at the bull.
42. David Carr 40.
This take us all the way. One leg shootout. Dave Prins went to a 3-all in his opening game. Lost the last leg. Kevin Painter run away with the 15 darter in the last, a maximum to lead the finish.
20. Mario Carr 48.
But Matt Clark takes this 48. It will not be the same situation for Dave Prins because it will be game over.
Tops.
Game shot.
And Superman gets his first win of the Super Series. Matt Clark, a 4-2 victor over Dave Prins. And so Clark, after losing his first game of the day to Mike Symes, comes back, bounces back against the Badger. Dave Prins with work to do on Monday here at the Super Series. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, it could be the game of the day as David Davies takes on Kevin Painter.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
call that, and it's absolutely free to watch via Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, and of course free to attend as well. Our finals night every Saturday, available to watch for free in the audience here at Portsmouth. Tickets available from dartshop.tv. Before the break here on Monday, though, as the players begin their campaign to make it through to finals night, we saw a first win of the day for Matt Clark. He beat Dave Prins, inflicting a second defeat in as many matches on the Badger. Missed quite a few darts at double in that one, Matt Clark, but eventually got over the line with a 4-2 success. After both losing their first game, Clark getting his first points of the day. And now we've got two players who won their first games of the day in Kevin Painter and David Davies. He beat Barrie Bates very convincingly as well, 4-0 in his debut outing here at the Super Series. Took out that 104 rather unorthodox fashion, a reverse fashion really, going for the treble 18, hit the big four, but then rescued the short with the 60 and tops to lead 3-0 going on to complete the whitewash win. And Kevin Painter showed some style here with this 95 during his victory against Dave Prins. A double-double finish to help him on his way to the lead. A match he went on to win 4-3 with a brilliant last leg decider display. So one of this pair will have a 100% record and will be, up to this point, the only player to have that at the end of the 5th match of 15 fixtures that we'll bring you today. And that game is ready to get underway. So I'll hand you back to our commentary team.
They're ready to go. We're ready to go. Let's get it on. Kevin Painter against David Davies here in Game 5. The 37-year-old Davies using the darts of Mark Webster, but definitely playing the darts befitting of his title of Welsh champion. Talking about champion, Kevin Painter is one of the sport's greatest at doing that. Winner of a major competition back in 2011, Players' Championship final. Success for him. Beat Mark Webster in that particular final. Former world finalist, former Premier League participant, and very much a preeminent danger at the upcoming World Seniors.
It was interesting hearing Chris Murphy saying Kevin Painter took it out with style. If you ask Kevin Painter, everything he does is with style. Very proud of his appearance. You'll always see him in his crisply ironed attire and his Bobby Dazzler shoes. I'll reference that quite a bit because you'll see that throughout the week. He was saying as well that, I think Paul Nicholson alluded to this in the last time was here as well, that he likes these shoes rather than the shoes with grip on when he plays on stage with the carpet. So it just allows him to step and slide a little bit.
Although I do hope Kevin Painter bought a spoon last night, because he put a picture up on his social media feed of his hotel accommodation for the week, and the spoons that are in the room for his complimentary teas and coffees, let's just say, was on the grim side.
.46.
Proud Ipswich Town fan. As you can see on both of his pin badges on either collar of his shirts, emblazoned with Ipswich Town's achievements. Big club they are, former UEFA Cup winners.
That's probably why he was only able to get him on a pin badge, because they haven't got that many achievements, have they? So
UEFA Cup winners under Sir Bobby Robson.
I'm just waiting to get bombarded by all three of the Ipswich Town fans now for the comment.
I'm just glad Owen Binks isn't here. I should specify because of the football.
Much slower start here from David Davies.
85.
On a finish after one leg at this point in the last game when we saw him beat Barrie Bates 4-0. I do wonder if playing Barrie Bates so gave him a little bit more comfort on there. Obviously, he'll know the health issues Barrie Bates has had over the years. Probably has recorded many victories over Barrie Bates. Not going to say that they're local to each other. I did this last time when Nick Kenny was playing Justin Smith. I just assumed that they would be close to each other, being from Wales. I didn't realise how big Wales was as a country. Geography wasn't my strong point, and apparently they lived quite some distance apart.
You do know this is Portsmouth and we're in the south, don't
32,
you?
Kevin O'Connor 70.
I knew that because I went too far and ended up in the sea.
Double 8 for Painter, now double 4.
66.
Oh, he's pulled that. That's gone well inside, and with double 2 remaining, Davies can apply a little bit of pressure.
Kevin O'Connor 4.
That is awkward, the way Kevin's darts kick up. He's had to come right, and that is a fantastic dart from Kevin Painter. And he says, what pressure, Henry? I don't feel the pressure. He really did make it awkward for himself there. That was a really, really good dart. Like with Dave Prins in the last, he had to move over. There was only a very small window of the double that he could actually get that in, and he's just come over the top from the right-hand side to find that double 2.
81.
Really, really good dart. And I did ask in the last game, guys, if you want to get in touch, let us know who your hidden gems are or who you're expecting to get through Q School. Send those in. We'll be looking for those throughout the day. I can see one player that's come up here. Danny Mack has sent him in. It says Ryan Murray to regain his tour card.
81.
Quite surprised when Ryan Murray lost it, actually. He was making good progress at the time. So, yeah, I would not be surprised to see Ryan Murray on the list.
I've also had a tweet from Dylan Jack. Good morning, Dylan. Keep an eye out for Nicky Dinoon at Q Score. Might cause a few surprises today. So we'll have a look at both of their progresses.
See a good week for darts. European Q School, UK Q School. 104 matches at the MODUS Super Series.
95.
An excellent week on the horizon. Just actually looking up Nicky Danoon. He's actually won his first round game with an 86 average. So
60.
That is a very, very good tip. Thank you for that, Dylan. Hope you're enjoying the action today.
You could say this is like the darting dessert of the darting feast that we get this time of year, can't you? We had the starter, we had the main course where Michael Smith obviously won that World Championship, and now we get the sweet bit.
It's like having a creme brulee after enjoying a meaty, juicy
59.
steak.
David Ducal 167. $100. Kevin Ducal 160.
This was Kevin's darts. So he has been outscored in this leg by 100 points.
84. David Ducal 67.
For a level game. To regain the throw. It's tops.
47. Kevin Ducal 76.
No reset from Painter this time, just straight in. Doesn't like that dart. That was a long way off. And again.
David Ducal 20.
Two darts, both a long way off. He went with the feel. He thought he was set and ready to go. There was none of the Kevin Painter step back there. The darts end up being a long way off, and David Davies takes advantage and levels up the match.
What a piece it is. Both players managed just to get over the leg, get over the line in a leg in the end.
Third leg, David to throw first. Game on.
Just waiting for this one to catch fire. We may have given it the proverbial curse by saying it could well be the best game of the day.
$57.
Well, these are the two that you expect when all is said and done on Wednesday to be the two that we're talking about at the very top of the table. They're not playing like that at the moment. Kevin Painter only one score over a ton so far in the 2 legs. Maybe Davies does have that maximum visit, the 180.
135.
Does appear to be starting to go through the gears a little.
Going back to Q score, a blockbuster first round game between Fallon Sherrick and Alan Norris is taking place. Fallon 4-3 up. 85 played to 83 in the averages in that particular game.
84.
What we'll do is, in the next match, we will have a little roundup of what has happened so far.
91. $180.
So he's got that maximum, make it 2. He's going through the gears. The 12 darts has left 45 and left Kevin Painter a long, long way back in this leg. In all likelihood, David Davies is about to take the lead on Kevin Painter. Is he about to do something that Mark Webster couldn't do with them darts, and that is beat Kevin Painter? Kevin going to do everything within his power.
Kevin, you throw first. Game on.
He's starting to look a little bit distracted.
Once again, morning, Mark. Hope you're well.
125.
Just get the sense Dave is turning the screw here.
99.
It's just an opening beginning to present itself in the match for someone, 96. And it's David who's kind of taken the grasping leg free, but leg forward, seeing Painter kick off 125, followed by an 86. Both finding their straps now.
$58.
One thing you'll never get from Kevin Painter is a waywardness of that fighting spirit. He could be playing a game first to 10.
85.
Could be 9-0 down. His opponent on a finish and him back on 300, and you'll still get the same Kevin Painter.
$140.
One of the hardest working players the sport's ever seen. And he might have work to do because Davies is teed up tops. Painter has to take out this 82. That's in the single 8. So 74 remaining. We'll go along to the 14s.
$56. David Ducar, 40.
A little bit confused.
$30.
Sure Kevin knew exactly what was left there. I don't think he'd gone for tops for double 17.
No score. David Ducar, 10.
Well, after that first start, you thought he'd edge towards the bed. In fact, it went the other way. And so Davies for a 3-1 lead. And he's edging closer.
No
but
score.
he can't find the double
26.
either. And so Painter's back for another chance at double 13. Is it going to be lucky for him this time? Yes, is the answer. As it squeezes its way into the top corner.
Fifth leg, David, you throw first.
We thought this at the beginning of the day. And I think it's something that's coming to fruition now. This is a group where the players
are effectively cancelling each other out.
99.
These are tight games. I know we had a 4-0 and a 4-1 in. The 4-1 wasn't really a 4-1 game, if the truth be told. Clark had many opportunities. They just didn't quite fall to him.
$125.
So I feel this is a crucial
47.
point of the game here. David will no doubt be aware of the situation here, and Kevin Painter has been here a million times before. Kevin Painter will know what a breaker throw will do here. Breaker throw will mean that he is throwing first in the
83.
Final leg. Potentially the final leg, should I say.
55. $44.
So 6 darts from here for Painter. Importantly, needs to be a breaker throw as well. I mean, 61 after 12. Davies needing to plonk in a couple of trebles.
$43. Kevin Youkar, 61.
Does have time, so he doesn't have to go for the 25. By avoiding the 25, he avoids the possibility of the bull, and he also means that he can pick his double. He's chose the 16.
29.
With time on his hands, that's the first part of the job done. He's left himself on a double of choice.
99. Kevin Youkar, 32.
Convert. 3 darts. Double 16, that's 1 on the floor.
16. David Youkar, 86.
3 more misses.
Not quite sure where that bounced out from. So this now an opportunity for Davies. Another one of them. The treble leads himself double 7.
79.
But he moves out inside, and so Painter returns for the double 8, 4-3-2 for the breaker throw and the chance to throw for the match.
Game shot on the
And again, he's just finding those bottom corners or top corners of doubles. He's squeezing them in. He's a leg away from a second consecutive victory.
And I was just starting to look at the tally there of the missed doubles as it was just totting up, thinking, starting to feel the worst a bit here for Kevin Painter. He's had 17 darts at the double, converted 3. However,
97.
he has been here a million times before, like I have mentioned. He will know what he needs to do here, just a treble a shot, and that will really keep David Davies under serious pressure.
45.
When you get someone under the pump, you want to keep them there. You don't want to relieve any of the pressure that they're feeling.
98.
Again, good maths, good thinking there from Kevin, and again, he's got that treble. Every time that David Davies doesn't have a treble in his visit, he's just giving Kevin
100.
Painter more and more breathing room. He's always going to have that advantage of the 3 darts. And he'll keep that advantage if he can just keep finding
57.
the 1.
$81.
Good last. After that first start, I thought he's starting to feel it a bit here, and then recovers fantastically there. Kevin Painter hit a max in his opening game when he was setting up his finisher for the match-winning doubles. Nearly timed it to perfection again there.
This could be timed to perfection for Davies.
125. Kevin Youkar, 109.
himself on a finish, but Painter with a real true chance to win this game. He's going to get a dart at tops as a little shuffle across.
89. David
just below the double. And so this to save the match with Painter back on a match-winning double. It's not going to go, and so the artist has the chance for 2 in 2.
134, Kevin Newcar 20.
Double 10.
Game
does the job for Kevin Painter as he doubles his points tally. Played 2 games, won 2 games. This is the start that Kevin Painter wanted. Wanted to prove his best darts in the Super Series. Well, he's got his first couple of wins on the board. Both of these players are going to be dangers as the week goes on, but it's Kevin that wins the first battle between the pair. We're going to take a short break. When we return, Mike Symes, the debutant, in action as he takes on Barrie Bates.
Welcome back. Right, let's reflect on what we've seen so far. Matthew Edgar has joined me to do that. I will start with the last game we saw before the break there, because you identified that as a potential key clash, maybe not littered with the quality it could have been, but maybe even so early on, a significant result.
Yeah, these are 2 of the players that you'd expect to really be battling it out for Group A at the end of it. Kevin Painter, the favourite, one of the favourites of the week, but is the big favourite for this group. And that's probably a missed opportunity there to take points off him, because we know Kevin Painter is not going to play that all the time. He's going to play a lot better than that. He's going to play consistently across the board. So when an opportunity presents itself like that to take points away from Kevin Painter, the players are going to need to take it.
Yeah, particularly after such a convincing start, that 4-0 win against Barrie Bates for Davies. As for Kevin Painter, showing all his experience, trying to kind of command the place early on, isn't he?
He'd have done that since he got here this morning. He'd have been trying to command the practice room. He'll command the stage. That's one thing he's going to do. We'll see him step back at times. We'll see him with these deep breaths. We'll see him pause in between throws. Kevin Painter will do everything that Kevin Painter does. He does what he wants, and what he does want to do, though, is win this group, and he started perfectly. Yeah, he's won his first 2 matches. He can be joined with a perfect record by Mike Symes, who didn't even know he was going to be playing here when he woke up this morning, but he's been very impressive in his first match. A very good victory
for him against Matt Clark, and he took out a couple of three-figure finishes as well. Impressive stuff. Do you think that that kind of bonus of finding out so late could be a bit of a help for him?
Oh, absolutely. I mentioned in commentary, one of the bonuses he's got is he's not been here before and he's not really done much in terms of the stats that we can see that suggests that he would be up to the standard of being here. However, when you come here and you get that late call-up like he has, the beauty of that is you don't have that time to worry about it. You don't have that time to set the alarm last night thinking, I'm going to get up tomorrow and I'm doing this. There's no time to pre-prepare, pre-plan or overthink. He's came here and he really delivered in that first game. He was mightily impressive.
Well, if he doubles up here, he might think he's still dreaming. He takes on Barrie Bates, who, as we mentioned, was beaten 4-0 in his opening match by Davies. So he's looking to get his first leg and then maybe his first win on the board. Or Symes can double up and join Kevin Painter with a perfect start. Let's let Matt get back downstairs where he will join Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. For Mike Symes, he woke up this morning feeling fine, but I'm sure the Super Series wasn't on his mind as he went off to the day job. He had to turn around, he had to find the darts. Well, he found the darts to secure a 4-1 win against Matt Clark in his opener, the former Hampshire Open winner. Some good players have won that competition over the years. It's one of the esteemed competitions in the game. Up against Barrie Bates, legend of the game from Wales. Feels like the players are colour-coded in this game. Both players wearing black shirts, referee in black shirts. These two could actually play pairs together with the way they're colour coordinated. There's our legendary referee, Paul Hanks.
Game on.
Who gets us underway here. And Symes. Well, I was going to say, Seaman, he started where he left off in the last game. Yes, he has started off where he left off in the last game.
$100.
It's always interesting to watch the second match of players when that adrenaline's
41.
gone, when you've got into the practice room, and now the difference is here he's got a little bit of expectation. I kept an eye on the markets
100
this morning because I like to see how they change and develop, and Mike Symes this morning could have got very good prices on him to win his matches. They've all been chopped up and he just continues.
$94.
Well, yeah, when the odds compilers looked at the odds, obviously Mike Symes coming in last minute. He was 16-1 to win this group. Kevin Painter went off 15-8 favour, but Barrie Bates was the outsider of the six, priced at 20-1 to go on and win Group A.
And I think that's a little bit short as well, really. Considering what we've seen of Barrie Bates, you'd be very surprised if he's up at the top end of the group. You'd probably say he's probably hoping
55
for a Group B qualification as his target. I don't think he would even have thought about winning this group.
80. Mario Kart 40.
Tops. Keep this impressive start going.
$20. Mario Kart 28.
Signs of a little bit of frailty there from Mike Symes.
Game shot on the first leg.
Barrie Bates jumps in. Barrie Bates don't need too many invitations to crash the party. Mike would have, when we speak about upstairs there with Chris Murphy about what the benefit of coming into this quite late is. We know this weekend's just been county weekend. We know Mike Symes played in the county. Even going along to that county match, all his teammates, oh, good luck at the Super Series next week. I'll be watching you next week. He'd been getting messages this morning for people that knew he was going to be in this. All the best today, mate. And those messages coming through, just constantly reminding you. And I think this has just been absolutely perfect how it's panned out for him. It's going to allow him to play his best.
Sometimes the best scripts are the ones that were never written.
60.
Do, of course, get in touch with us with your comments, your thoughts, your observations. There's Bates leads to 161 after 9. 97 average so far. At MSS Data, H_Deacon Media at the Edgar 501.
100.
Bates looking to get rid of the 501 in 12 if he can take the 161. He's got 6 darts to do. Exactly that. So leads himself 81. Moved
95.
across to the treble 15 for what is a more favourable double in double 18 for himself.
Barrie Bates
66. Continues to amaze, and he's amazed me for years. You can clearly see the health problems Barrie Bates has struggled with over the years. They are visible on the eye. But yet he keeps throwing darts to this quality, a near 94 average. And every year that goes past, I just think, surely now it's going to have caught up with Barrie Bates to the point he can't keep producing. And he does. He keeps finding a way. What do they say? Winners win? Oh, Barrie Bates must be one of the ultimate winners. Just loves the game.
44.
And sometimes can that just be it? The infectious love for the sport just can sometimes just drag you along some of the rougher moments.
45.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we feel a lot more lows than we do highs, but the highs make it so worthwhile.
100.
And what those highs are change over time. At one point, Barrie Bates would have been aiming to be the world champion. Nowadays, Barrie Bates would probably think, well, if I can win one of these groups,
36.
that would give me the same emotion as I would have got from doing that, because it's that stretch moment for where you are in that period of time.
137.
He just keeps going. There's no stopping Barrie Bates.
60. 60.
Well, he's 100 points ahead after 12 darts apiece thrown. So Mike Symes is in big trouble
30.
of having his throw broken.
And suddenly the dream could turn into a nightmare very quickly if he's beaten in double quick time
94.
by Bates. Again, opting to leave 66, will again try and opt for his favourite double 18. Symes we're going to put in some resistance in this leg, but it isn't a P for him. And so Bates returns for 66, averaging a shade under 92. We'll go again for the double 18, and that's why it's his favourite double. No mistake there. This is a really polished performance by Bates so far. 3-0 up against Mike Symes.
Thought like Barrie to throw first. Game on.
He didn't even know it was his darts. Just takes every moment as it comes. Loves the darts. An infectious love for the darts.
95.
A 20-point buffer on the averages.
$134. 60.
Next up after this, it's Dave versus David. Prins against Davies.
140.
Now a complete round 2 of our day.
100. 100.
Our 5 rounds of fixtures. The next round of fixture kicks off with Dave versus David. In fact, we could nearly have
140.
3 Daves in that, couldn't we? We've got Dave versus David Davies.
$57. Barrie 106.
This is for the match.
58. Microcar 70.
20 for tops. To pull a leg back.
Game shot on the 4th leg. Mike
Makes
Symes.
no mistake that time. 15 data, much improved by Mike Sykes. (3-1) has the darts to bring it back to the leg.
Well, he thought he was going to throw the first dart in that leg. He actually threw the last dart in that leg. I suppose it doesn't matter who throws the first one. It's all about who throws the last one. That was Mike. After a dip in performance and losing 3-0.
100.
Was a good leg and a good finish there from Mike Symes.
$41. 57. 40. 54.
'Interesting.
121.
Just somewhat changed the complexion of the leg because it just felt like Bates was slowly but surely strangling the control of it.
To see a maximum yet from Mike. The most important thing is the points. 2 from 2 so far, out the possible points. Although he's going to have to turn this one completely around. Was 3-0 down to Barrie Bates.
59.
We've seen games turn around like this. We saw one last week. Trina Gulliver. 3-0 down.
55.
Ian Moss, who went on to make the final. Turned it around for the 4-3 victory.
$110.
Brilliant setup shot from Barrie Bates. Forces the issue on the 97.
Two trials to stay in the game.
73.
Doesn't go, and so Bates will get his go at tops to seal a 4-1 victory. His first win of the group.
Game shot.
Just when it looked like Mike was starting to claw this one back a little bit, that missed start at double 12 costs him, and Barrie Bates steps in, takes out the 40 in 2 and puts his first points on the board. The infectious love Barrie Bates has for the sport has just repaid him with a couple of points. Coming up next, it's the Dave Derby, the all-Dave battle. Dave Prins takes on Davies.
Welcome back. Well, before the break, Barrie Bates bounced back from defeat in his opening match, which he lost 4-0, but he got a 4-1 win over Mike Symes in his second game of the day to pick up some points. A decent display as well from the Welshman, averaging just shy of 88, 4 out of 7 on the doubles, a nice 66 checkout in there as well. The only leg for Symes, a 70 checkout for him. And that means that Bates picks up his first points and leaves Dave Prins as the only player without any as we look at the Group A table. For the first time today, Kevin Painter winning both of his matches. 4 players then on 2 points, and Prins at the bottom of the table without a win from his first 2. But he'll be looking to put that right in the next match as he takes on Davies. Both of them have been beaten by Kevin Painter, but Prins without a point despite winning 5 legs today. He did, though, produce a very, very good dart in his previous match, which we're going to take a look at now. You see the first dart there when going for 48, hitting the double 16. The second dart blocking another part of the bed. And he only had about a quarter of it to aim at, but somehow found a way in. Didn't result, though, in victory. Davies, though, did show what he's capable of in his first match of the day against Barrie Bates, taking out this 262 in just 6 starts to set himself on the way to a whitewash win in that one. A dozen dart leg for Davies on his debut. And he is going to take on Dave Prins in the next game. The ADC qualified with a win and a defeat. And as I mentioned, Prins, the Badger, yet to get off the mark. Is he going to put that right? Let's find out. Well, badgering Matthew Edgar in the commentary box, here's Henry Deacon.
I don't know what you mean, Chris. Anyway, what can Dave Prins do against David Davies? That's what we're going to find out now. Prins, who is 0 from 2 from his game so far, but I think we're roughly learning what we're getting from him. Average of 81.47 in his first game against Kevin Painter, 82.82 against Matt Clark. So we're learning very quickly as his level is probably around that low 80s range at the minute.
We're learning, but I also feel like Dave Prins is learning on the job. Hasn't been able to put a lot of practice in over the Christmas period. A lot of that down to a shoulder injury that he's been having some physiotherapy on and some work. And with that, you sort of feel that this week's going to take its toll come the end, because this is a long, grueling week. Dave Prins needs to get points on the board early.
Do you feel he has to get into Group B if he doesn't qualify through this group?
Come on.
If I was him, that's where I'd want to be, absolutely. You don't want to be getting stuck in this group and playing the 5 games, getting up early every day. It won't play in the favour of Dave Prins.
100.
First round of fixtures also at Q School coming to a close. Actually lost a couple of familiar
95.
names. Most of the key runners and riders from this phase still in and batting.
100.
Just seen a name that I remember, a guy from Ireland,
40.
Keith Rooney. He's a very confident chap. I remember he qualified, I think it was for a European tour, and he took out a shot to beat Andy Hamilton, and he did the
60.
Michael Jackson pose.
I'd say do an example of it, but thankfully they can't see us in the commentary box.
$140. 85. David Carr 101.
So 101 for Prins after 12, starting very well. He's on for the perfect 15. Well, he's not. If he don't get a treble here, what he does, and so tops it is.
Game shot on the
Tops
first
it
flag.
is for
Dave
Prins.
That's a good settler, that, for Dave Prins. Like I said, he's learning about himself. Despite the years of experience and everything he's done in the game, he's had a bit of a reset moment with that
Sang like David to throw
physiotherapy and that
first.
shoulder
Game on.
injury that he's managing quite well, he says. But with that, just a little dip on the practice side of things, which means the movement around the board is not going to be as strong.
58.
But the doubling has certainly improved.
$93.
So a little bit of an update then from Q School. Danny Lauby
56.
about to enter the fray. A lot of people are tipping him to win his card this year. Precocious American talent. Talking about precocious talents, Dave Prins is the pride and beating heart of North East darts. Daryl Pilgrim 4-0 up. Jamie Lewis playing well, 94 average.
97.
Against Lewis Dare, and Jamie Lewis has actually now sealed victory in that one. Adam Mould is in action, warming up. Pitches at Adam Smith Neal in the second round. Reese Hayden, that's a name I haven't heard for a while.
$140.
It's always an exciting time of year. These players will be looking for their qualification. And their qualification is to finals night. Finals night qualification
100.
is for Champions Week.
David Carr 150.
Chris Murphy said at the start, it's getting to that point where within just a couple of weeks you could be scooping, including fees,
94.
around
David Carr
about
£110.
£30,000. That is not a bad way to start 2023.
Absolutely not. Davies is going to get a chance to level up at what a piece here. If Prins cannot take out the 110,
Dave Prins.
that's 2 legs 1 with ton plus checkouts. He's doing it again.
Third leg, Dave to throw first. Game on.
I remember commentating on David Prins before, and I've got to say this slowly because it's a bit of a tongue twister. When he took out a finish, I went for the Dave
44.
Prins pings. That's one to get your tongue around. Have a go at home. Next time he takes out a big finish, stay at full talking speed.
What, Dave Prins pins?
He pins. Pins the finish. But he pings.
93.
That's the one we was looking for.
Pinged
58. 2 of them actually so far, the 101 and the 110. Ironic patterns that I like to see at times. There's one there for you that it's the same combination of numbers just rearranged. 101 and 110.
180.
That's the 180, and that's our first of the matches. Dave Prins' average ticks above the ton.
First maximum as well for Dave Prins. He didn't get one in defeat to Kevin Painter.
100.
He didn't get one in defeat to Matt Clark. So positive signs. First maximum, 2 tumpless finishers. No dart missed at the double. 2-0 up. Dave Prins is certainly a man on
60.
the incline.
And averaging 88, David Davies has not had any chance to do anything about it yet to have a dart at a double in this match.
124.
And Prins here has 6 and 1, 2, 4. Well, based on the way he's played in this match, you expect him to get it. Treble 16, gives in double 8. A rare miss at the double for Prins. But this is the first leg where Davies hasn't really mounted any pressure on Prins in the finishing department. Both the other legs, Davies was handily poised. Here's himself, the Nelson.
Game shot on the third leg. Go Prins.
But he watches Prins pin. And Prins ping. And open up a 3-0 lead. Averaging 95, just under 96. This is a real good performance, this from Prins. Well, maybe we were lying when we said that when we saw the 81 average and the 82 average, maybe that was where we're going to see him play for the day, because he's played some stupendous stuff here.
David Davies has not even managed to get a dart at a double yet in these 3 legs.
140.
As Dave looks to try and get a second maximum in the old Dave derby.
Everybody loves a Dave.
81.
Yeah, we need a few more Daves in the world.
Do you think they called him Dave after Rodney?
100.
We feel that time is running out here for David.
96.
Big last dart. I was just getting to the point where I was going to start writing him off there. And he finds a massive treble 19. That point we feel like maybe the moment's about to go.
91.
Is normally the point where the players are going to start really feeling the pressure, and that's when David really found a big dart.
$39.
But a slip
David
on that
Howell,
visit allows
170.
Prins the opportunity. Can he win the match with a 170? There's the first. That's the second. The bullseye. To almost finish with a fish.
David Ducal, 148.
David Davies expected it. He was nodding along in the background. He's going to get his own moment. Dave Prins has a look at the board. He looks at the score. He knows what he wants. Oh, he's gone for the wrong double.
130.
He's realised what he's done.
David Ducal, 25.
He cannot believe what he's done. He's only had one dart at double in this match, and he's miscounted the one he went for. And so Prins has 2 at double 8.
Nine.
But he doesn't make Davies pay.
16.
Incredible scenes here, the Super Series.
Well, this might have been a happy accident. He might have left himself on a
No
favourable
score.
double, and that
16.
is a long way off. Oh, Dave Prins is joining in.
12. David Ducal, 16.
Well, this is quite frankly bizarre. Double 4.
12.
And that's
David
rattled his
Ducal,
cage.
4.
He couldn't have got any closer, to be fair, on those ones. A good recovery after an absolute capitulation at the back end of that leg. But it was the same result. The result that Dave Prins will be looking for. This would be an amazing dart. He's had to go so far over to the right-hand side. He might need to go a taxi back.
No score. David Ducal, 4.
Well, to end the madness. Madhouse.
No score. David Ducal, 4.
To get over the line, it's been a really good performance, but the Conclusion of this leg has been crazy. It's like Dartshavu the last visit. He's going to have to move all the way across along the Oki to find a route somehow, some way.
No score. Davies,
But he still can't find a way. He's back up there again.
Game
But this time he finds it.
Davies.
10 darts. 10 darts that took Davies to get there. I suppose the most important thing for him is he got there.
First. Game on.
How much did that miscalculation where he threw at the double 12 rather than the double 14 affect him in that situation? Because when he came back to the board, that dart at double 8, it was closer to the 7.
58.
Can it also boggle the mind of the opponent?
If you're watching and if you're living the game, yeah, which is why, again, sometimes you've got to tune out. You can't follow the game. You can't track the game the same way we do. You can't play the game like a commentator.
74.
You're a player up there. And you can't try and track the game and live every moment because you get drawn into those moments. This one has just lost its way slightly.
77.
Because prior to that chaos at the end of the previous leg, Prins was averaging in the late 90s and Davies in the late 80s.
40.
As you can imagine, those missed darts at double have absolutely wrecked the averages. And has done this to the checkout stats.
Yeah, neither player will want to see that back. Be unpretty reading for those.
85.
I suppose the winner will dismiss it and say, well, at least I won the game. With a player who loses the match, that will really feel the pain of that situation. Prins recovering the better of the two.
He's gone back to the Dave Prins of the first 2.5 legs, hasn't he?
100. Dave Lucar, 86.
To register first win on the board. Double 16.
Game shot.
And all in all, an impressive performance from Dave Prins, who seals a 4-1 victory against David Davies. The average is 87, but that should be caveated by a crazy leg where both players were struggling on the doubles. Apart from that, it was near on perfect from Prins. He gets the win against Davies by 4 legs to 1. We're going to take a short break as we see Clark take on Bates, and that is after the break.
Welcome back. Well, before the break, previously pointless Prins proved a point, didn't he, when he defeated Davies 4-1 to the Badger in that one. A decent display from him, almost won it 4-0, missing the ball for a 170 finish, but then Davies eventually managed to get that leg back. Prins, though, getting off the mark, picking up his first points in the group, and that means that everybody now has points on the table. Most of them with one victory. Kevin Painter has 2 from 2, but that's about to change in the next game because Matt Clark and Barrie Bates, both occupying 5th and 6th spots right now. Well, one of them will leap right up to 2nd place alongside Kevin Painter, joint top on 4 points. A pair of them with 1 win and 1 defeat so far today. Matt Clark beat David Prins earlier on, and here he is doing just that. The man nicknamed Superman, getting a super victory, landing tops. A double that he's had a bit of a love-hate relationship with throughout the course of today, but he loved it on that occasion. And his opponent, Barrie Bates, well, he went down 4-0 in his opening match of the day to David Davies, but he got the better of Mike Symes in his second. So to double their points tally for the day and climb up the league table, will it be Bates or Clark winning this one? Let's find out. Back to our dynamic duo in the comms box.
Where were they? Clark v Bates up next for us here at the Super Series. Is it fair to say that we don't know what to expect from this one yet?
I think on the basis of what we've seen so far, I would probably waver towards a Barrie Bates victory in this one, just because he's shown that more level of consistency. We know Matt Clark, though, over the years, I'd say, has been defined by consistency. Barrie Bates, said earlier, has just got a big love for the game.
First leg is Matt
loves the darts.
Game on.
Just continues to find a good level of darts despite plenty of health issues over the years. Matt Clark, like
82.
many people at the moment, opting to go with this transparent flight on the back of his stem. Just doesn't allow much of a block. You can still see through the
54.
flight. I get the logic of it. The only downside is when they pop out and they go on the floor, they're quite tricky to find.
94.
I'm sure Paul Hinks will look forward to that.
26.
Might see another oh crikey moment. How good was that? How funny was that a couple of months ago? Left me and Corinne Hammond in stitches.
100.
I'm not sure I know this one.
Well, a player dropped a dart. Keelan Kay required 25. He's bent over. He said what he requires. He's struggling to pick up the dart, and he forgot that the mic was still on. He's gone, oh crikey. I think it was the most fun Corinne Hammond had in a commentary box with me.
99.
It was the one moment she wasn't trying to kill me. Morning, Corinne, if you are tuning in, hope you're well.
25. Mark your car 126.
Double 12 for a super finish from Superman.
102. 60.
That's going to be on the
Mark your car 24.
Matthew Edgar bingo card for the week, isn't it? Superman reference or super dart, something along those lines, because I'm going to use that one
the first leg.
every single day this week, unless Matt Clark wins Group A, and then we won't be using it Thursday, Friday, because we'll be having a couple of days off.
Who subbed in Paul Nicholson all of a sudden?
Second leg Barrie to throw first. Game on.
Is this the point where I have to say, morning, Nico, hope you're well? Should I just say morning, everyone, hope you're well? Or afternoon, everyone, because we're past midday?
100.
You can get in contact with us at MSS Darts, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Get in touch with myself and Matt as well. At the Edgar 51 at H_Deacon Media is where you can find us. Get in contact with us for your questions, thoughts, observations. We'll keep tabs with Q School as well.
$26. 132. 43. Barrie 170.
Bates with luxury of time in this leg. The pattern of this game really has been the player with throw absolutely decimating their opponent. This is for a potential 13. This is more like the Bates that we saw in the second game that he played against Davies. Sorry, against Mike Symes, my apologies. Double 18, now double 9. Is that awkward for Bates?
27.
Yes, is the answer.
It was awkward, and it was unnecessary to persist there for Barrie Bates. I think when he took that little moment of reflection that we may see him try and split that one down.
140. Barrie
they are now both on 2 dart combinations.
Double 4. Now 2s.
5.
And now it's awkward for Bates.
98.
Clark returns for 98 to break the throw and lead 2-0.
When you do get a 5 in that situation, the instant thought is a little bit of panic because it's not what you've gone for. You've still left
82.
93. However, you are
4.
still on a 2 dart combination, so there's no damage done whatsoever.
No score.
The damage done there.
20.
Slip into the 17s has just given Matt Clark 3 darts. 3 darts to double his lead. 3 darts to break the throw.
Now double 5. It's becoming infectious.
No score. Barrie 4. Game shot on the second leg.
But Bates
Barrie
gets over the line in the end. Levels up at 1 apiece. He's made that much harder work than perhaps he should have made it. But it doesn't matter when you've got the leg in your leisure.
Third leg back to throw first. Game on.
Clark had his opportunities to break and open up a 2-leg buffer. But that comes and goes.
60. 100.
Makes you wonder if we may see Barrie Bates again on the big stages. And you'd say the Seniors Tour is the way in which we may do that. When you look at
60.
His results on the Seniors Tour, he actually reached a semi-final of a very recent one, which was
58.
a pre-event qualifier, where they get together the night before the qualifiers and they play an open and tour event. He actually reached the semi-final of that one, only losing out 4-3 to Vince Tipple. So with that sort of run,
60.
he beat Richie Howson 4-3 along the way that day. Also beat Wayne Jones. Certainly got it in the locker to suggest
60.
that he could come through one of these qualifiers. You would expect him to be putting his name in the hat on January the 27th, when the Seniors World Championship qualifiers are taking place, the weekend of the 27th to the 29th at Reading. You are over the age of 50. You've still got time to go get yourself registered for that event, along with the 2 Open Series events that are available.
And look what it's done for the likes of Richie Howson, the World Seniors Tour.
82.
To get through on Saturday night, but impressed last week. But my, wouldn't it be great fun to see Barrie Bates on the stage at the Circus Tavern?
$135.
At 135 leaves Clark on 86. So Bates here needing something big.
85. Michael Clark, 86.
Applied some pressure, but Clark first off, then 86 for a 2-1 lead. And so for 32,
54. Barrie
will he come back? This is actually the Houghton, ironically. We've seen this taken out a plethora of times last week.
96.
But Barrie Bates won't do it this time. Drags that well low.
And that was lower dart than it would have suggested. It actually hit the flight, which kept a bit more height on it. If that dart wasn't in the way, that was a very, very low dart. Matt Clark jumps in, takes the opportunity. He'll feel he should be 3-0 up in this one. He's had his opportunities.
First, game on.
But so far, it's all going with throw.
85.
I reckon it's time for a bit of a Q School roundup. What about you, Matt?
Yeah, I'm just having a look over the European boards at the moment, seeing what we can see.
140.
Awards for me are on Corey Cadby. He's going to be playing in his next match against Benjamin from Germany.
123.
The biggest story Q School this year, Corey Cadby.
60.
Just having a look in the UK. Been some big matches already. The early toes and throws. Seen Fallon Sherritt get the better of Alan Norris. Her reward is a game against Conan
42.
Whitehead. Jamie Lewis making decent progression through the day. James Richardson, 5-0 winner with a 90 average. Colin Osborne winning again. Results just coming in all the time. Andy Hamilton, regular here, 96 average in a final win against David Farmer. He's the type of player that you should always keep an eye out for. You should always keep an eye out for maximum, because that leaves Clark on 88 for a 3-1 lead.
85. Michael Clark, 16.
Shuffled to the right. He shuffled even further to the right. He's practically off the hockey.
The fourth leg. Matt Clark.
He uses the two darts that are in there absolutely perfectly. Has a bit of a wall. There's a bit of a basketball hoop to the basketball backboard as he dunks that one in the double eight.
Matt to throw first. Game on.
Like that word, donks. Very onomatopoeic.
180.
Speaking about words, I haven't got a clue what that one is, so... And I'm sure there's plenty of the viewers as well that don't have a clue what that word means.
99.
Onomatopoeia is a word that sounds like what it says. A bit like a Paul Hinks maximum call. A bit like a 9-dart leg, which could be up in the offing.
125.
If Clark could have kept it in the treble bed.
He was clearly thinking about that as well, wasn't he? Because as soon as the dart's gone outside, he gave himself a little smile. The main thing he was to do is make sure he's smiling, coming off the stage with the 2 points, which looks very, very likely. After 6 darts, he has a 200-point swing in the scoring phase.
44. 55. Mark your car 152.
It was one of those it feels not to be games for Barrie Bates. Can Clark finish in style here? No is the answer. He threatened the 9 for a long while.
96.
But he may find himself winning it with a potential 14 darts at the next visit. What can Bates throw up in opposition?
100.
Just searching a ton. So Clark, 56 for the match.
Yeah, there's nothing Bates can do from here. He said, what can he throw up in opposition? Only a maximum would have worked. And even then, he's got a hope. Clark doesn't take out this 56.
36. 92. Micro car 20.
For the match.
Barrie car 148.
Chances coming and a going, but will he get more? Yes, is the answer.
For
his second
Mario Kart 10
consecutive victory.
Game shot
and Clark is looking the part as he gets the better of Barrie Bates by 4-1. His second win in succession, and it comes against the Welshman. Conversation between both the players and the referee. Poor Hinks on the stage from the conclusion of that one. But it's Matt Clark who is the victor. He now moves on to 4 points in the group. We're going to take a short break. When we return, we're going to see Kevin Painter, the artist, back in action. He takes on our Davidson, Mike Symes.
So Matt Clark goes back-to-back by getting the better of Barrie Bates there before the break. Good, strong display from the man nicknamed Superman in that one. A 4-1 success. A couple of maximums as well for Matt Clark in that one. Barrie Bates, not other racers, unable to reproduce the level that saw him win 4-1 in his previous match against Mike Symes. And Symes is in action next. He takes on the table-topping Kevin Painter, who has been perfect so far. There he is, beating David Davies earlier on, having won his first match as well earlier today against David Prins. Mike Symes took out 70 against Barrie Bates, but that was the only leg he got on the board. He had beaten Matt Clark earlier, who's since bounced back and won both of his matches. So he's now tasked with being the first player to defeat Kevin Painter today at the Super Series. Certainly producing some good stuff today and looking to make it a hat-trick. Can Symes get the first win over Kevin, or will the artist brush aside another opponent? Let's find out. Back to Matt and Henry.
Kevin Painter, the big favourite to win this group, has started his campaign off perfectly. Back-to-back victories. Dave Prins and Dave Davies doing the Dave double in the opening part of this day. But Kevin Painter now, I feel, will have the bit between the teeth. We can already see him snarling and prowling around on the stage. He's looking to take this one against Mike Symes, the Hampshire Open winner of 2017. Won his county game this weekend as well, a late stand-in, and he's acquitted himself really well. He was very impressively, that victory over Matt Clark, 101 finish and 100 finish. Wasn't able to follow it up against Barrie Bates. So we've got a 50-50 split at the moment with Mike Symes. But I feel here like Kevin Painter is going to be a shark who senses a drop of blood.
We do have to have a word about that nickname. It's another one of those, just last name,
21.
Nick a Y and put it on the end of it. Symesy. It sounds like a tribute act for a drill rapper.
100.
As you can tell, specialist subject.
140.
It reminds me of someone. I'm going to try. It's going to come to me at some point of the day.
83.
So I might be able to help Symesy out with that nickname department. Hopefully it comes to me. It reminds me of somebody.
134. 140. 140.
Good darts on Kevin. 66 after 12. Good return on the opening leg.
80. Kevin Newcastle, 66.
14 darts potentially to start. 15 will still do. He's going to give himself the opportunity. A double
46.
top.
Mike Yukar, 98.
78 left. Move across, treble 18. As the intended target for double 12.
Kevin Yukar, 20.
And so Kevin wants double 10.
Game shot on the
Kevin
first
gets
leg.
double 10. And again, Kevin finds the corner.
Second leg, Mike to throw first. Game on.
You don't have to win every moment. You have to win the key moments. And that's what Kevin Painter's built a career on. Some people
59.
have these short and fast careers where they have excellence
100.
and the very, very top levels. Kevin Painter's had an elite career, but one that spans probably a longevity that we can probably name on one hand. When you look at the longevity that Kevin Painter's had, we'll say Steve Beaton, Mervyn King, and I'm already starting to struggle.
Phil Taylor, the obvious one.
45.
Interestingly, Kevin Painter and Martin Adams play in this week at the Super Series. They played a second round match at the BDO World Championships
81.
back in 1995. Back when John Major was Prime Minister, Braveheart was in the film charts. Blackburn Rovers are ready to win the Premier League that year.
121.
I was in year 4 at school.
I was 5 years for being thought about. 5 years from being formed.
$140. Mike your car 161. $83. Kevin your car 135.
We'll start down at the ball. 25 with the left, 110. 2 leaves 133, which you can't do in 2 darts. He's looking to recover the situation.
119. Mike your car 78. $38. Kevin your car 16.
So double 8 to open up a 2-0 lead for Kevin Painter. Just shimmies across to find the double. And that's a break of throw for the artist. He's looking very comfortable, averaging 91. These are the best arrows we've seen him throw today.
Good luck, Kevin, to throw first. Game on.
Just going back to Kevin Painter. In his career, 24 World Championships across both the BDO and PDC codes.
85.
Started off with a tie against Kevin Kenny back in 1994. For his final match being a first round defeat to Mensur Suljovic. That was back when Mensur was at the peak of his powers, winning Champions Leagues, making match play finals back in 18.
140. $81. 21.
Not dominating the game, but he's looking the more likely to win and looking
85.
comfortable, if that makes any sense whatsoever.
$85.
It's just a feeling that Kevin can win this in his own time.
$60. Kevin Nucall 170.
I think that's a better way of putting it than I did, actually.
98.
I feel like it's a game that he can just make a couple of mistakes. He doesn't have to be at full power here at the moment.
81. Kevin Nucall 72.
I think that this is the best average we have seen from him so far. I suppose goes to show like our
32.
expectations of what we expect to see from Kevin Painter this week. Which is why he's the favourite to win this group. We're looking to go through the card today.
59.
Topsy is
Kevin
one
Nucall
away,
40.
making it 3 from 3.
Game shot on the
Just
third leg.
looks so
Kevin Painter.
comfortable. Elegantly comfortable. And when Kevin's playing well, he owns the stage that he plays on, doesn't he? He makes it his own.
First, game on. $43.
I just wonder if it wasn't for this and it wasn't for the seniors, where we would have seen Kevin. What would Kevin be doing in terms of his darting career?
140.
Well, he certainly loves the exhibition circuit. He's very, very popular on there, booked out all year round. And if you do want to pop out and see Kevin Painter, just follow him on Twitter. Head over to his Twitter account. He's always advertising
26.
where he is on there and the upcoming shows. He's pretty much away almost every single weekend. One of the most popular faces on the exhibition circuit.
100.
He's actually doing a big show in Scarborough with us here at MODUS Sports. You can head over to dartshot.tv for more information on that. And while you're there, why don't you have a look at coming down to the live lounge for one of the finals nights here at the MODUS Super Series. It's free of charge. You'll see some great darts, just a little bit like that. That's the perfect advertisement there from Kevin Painter. But more importantly, from his perspective, it puts him to within 2 darts of a 4-0 win. He could do it
81.
within the space of 12.
81.
Really get the vibe that Kevin Painter's going to go 5 from 5 today. Looking in the mood.
57.
Looking the most consistent. The most consistent with also the ability to shine. The ability to hit in those moments.
83.
That is poor from Mike Symes. He should have been moving downstairs. Bad thinking. That's the difference between the levels. Instead of leaving a finish, he's left himself way back on a non-finish. And Kevin Painter has wrapped this one up with a 4-0 victory. He puts that in the bag with a 4-3 victory over Dave Prins, with a 4-2 victory over Davies. Now he's starting to put some legs on the board with a nice comfortable 4-0 victory over Mike Symes. Kevin Painter looking to go through the card 4 from 4. But coming up next, Davies is someone who's going to be trying to rekindle his day. He started off very well. 4-0 victory for him over Barrie Bates. Hasn't been the same since. Will he get it back on form? Next against Matt Clark.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Hi there, welcome back. Well, you just saw Conan Whitehead there winning Series 1 here at the MODUS Super Series. We're into week 10 of Series 2, and on the first day of action, Kevin Painter is running riot so far. He's won all 3 of his matches. We saw him before the break just blow away his opponent there. A whitewash win for the artist, 4-0 over Mike Symes, making his debut here at the Super Series, and it means that Painter has gone 3 from 3 and is top of the Group A table. And looks like he's going to take some beating. Matt Clark the closest to him with 2 wins from 3. Everybody else has 1. Clark will have the opportunity to join Painter on 6 points in the next game, though his opponent will have the chance to join him on 4 as Davies takes back to the hockey. He's looking to bounce back from a couple of defeats. Clark, on the other hand, has a couple of victories. He's just seen off Barrie Bates 4-1 to add to his earlier victory today over David Prins. And now he's looking to make it a hat-trick against another David in David Davies. Though he did show some good stuff in his opening match. Started with a bang, a 4-0 success in Game 1. But he's looking now to stop that run of 2 straight defeats if he can get the better of Clark in this one. So without further ado, let's get Game 10 underway in the company of Henry Deacon and Matthew Edgar.
Match number 10. Matt Clark and David Davies. David Davies started the well impressively. Started the way that we probably expected him to start on the basis of what we've seen from him. And that belt match that he had with Robert Owen where, to be fair, he absolutely pummeled Robert Owen, didn't he? And Robert Owen, we know, went on to success on the Challenge Tour, which now sees him gain his PDC Tour card. And we saw him at the World Championships as well. Matt Clark, someone we've seen on the World Championship stage many times before. Just sort of slid down the rankings, but never really lost that consistent ability. And he's starting to show it again here today. 2 victories from his 3 matches so far. The last one against Barrie Bates, a 4-1. Just a couple of missed doubles, and we would say that average-wise is somebody that could potentially overtake Kevin Painter and certainly rival Kevin Painter for this top position. And that game is yet to come. That game will be the last round of fixtures today, Kevin Painter and Matt Clark. But it's all eyes on Matt Clark and David Davies, and David will be throwing first in this one, which could
first leg is David
really come
first.
into play at the back end of this one if this is as tight as we expect it could be.
You mentioned that belt game against Robert Owen. I think it's the only game of darts Robert Owen has played in his life that he hasn't spoken about since.
100.
I know he's watching as well, so I'm expecting a text message any second now. Disappointed when I say, afternoon, Robert, hope you're well.
Well, he was until you just reminded him of that
95.
match.
Yeah, sorry, Robert. You only yourself a tour card, so... I'm sure he'll be happy enough with that.
99.
Some developments at Q School. Our defending champion here, Conan Whitehead's in action against the Queen of the Palace, Fallon Sherritt. But Sherritt wanting 89 to open up a 2-0 lead in that one. We'll keep tabs on all the action there, as well as the action here 81. At the Super Series. Yeah, Painter is the man to be toppled at the top.
92.
Clark can join him on 6 points of a win, although he would have played a game more. For Davies, he got off to a brilliant start, didn't he? Beating Bates in his first match, 4-0. But since defeated to Kevin Painter.
45.
Then today Prins, although Prins played really well in that one. Don't let the 87 average kid you. There was a real leg where it got really scruffy on the doubles. Does this turn into a big game for him now? Because you've got a cluster of players on 2.
134.
Clark would move on to 6 to be a 4-point buffer already, and he can't afford to be detached.
Oh yeah, this is a big game. Not so much in the league table at the moment, because the league table's still recoverable. There's 2 days of play. This was a 2-day group. It'd be massive in relation to the league table. But this is massive in relation to his story and the journey that David Davies is on. Because he is coming here as a little bit of an unknown, but yet with a tiny bit of expectation based on some of the stats and things he's
Game
produced.
shot on the first leg, Davies.
Right back on cue there with a 15 dart leg. But he is coming into this, and after that first game, expectations rose because he looked so composed, he looked so good in that opening match. He knows the players he's up against. He's seen these for all the years that he's been watching darts and following darts.
140.
He'll know the history of the players and what they're all capable of. He will have time in terms of the table.
60.
But that table could be affected by the process, because the process can easily be affected here if he starts to go on a bit of a losing habit, a losing pattern. Because it will. It'll become a habit. And then he'll just carry on through this group. Then he'll start thinking about Thursday and Friday. Before you know it, it's over. Tomorrow always comes.
$44.
There's a tendency to think sometimes you've got too many tomorrows. And before you know it, all those chances have gone.
84.
Well, it's going to happen to all of us. There's always going to be a time when tomorrow doesn't come.
Welcome to Monday.
66.
Hope you're all well. Yeah, thanks for tuning in today. Yeah, lovely.
57.
I'm glad I've cheered you all up.
$46. Mark your car, 137.
Well, to level this game up, he's got 6 on 137, Matt Clark.
$59.
This is the concern for David Davies. If you are going to compete on this platform, and I don't just mean standing there and playing, I mean competing on this platform, being one of the runners and riders for the £5,000, consistency. I mean, going into that 180, 44, 66, 46, the last 3 visits.
12s. Now 6s.
Game shot on the second leg, Matt Clark.
Gets Matt Clark level at 1 apiece in this game.
Third leg, David.
Interesting the way,
game on.
This may sound silly, right? But it's interesting the way Matt stands at the end of the leg, because we have this buffer, as we mentioned earlier on today. Now, a lot of the players will just wait at the back of the hockey, will wait for that timer to tick down, and will wait for Paul Hinks to call them forward or their opponent forward. Matt just stands at the side towards the table, just waits around there before then coming forward. Is we making too much into that, or can it just then just give you that break between legs?
Well, what you need to do is you need to reduce the time of process. When you've got when you play a slower player, one of the worst things is you've got more time to think, more time to process. That's why we see a quicker player better on a combination shot than we do see them when they've got 3 darts in hand, because that whole processing time, that situation there is, he knows he's not throwing first in the leg, so we can probably say another 15 seconds on top of the 10-second wait time. So he's probably got about a good 25 seconds there. So you need to try and cut that down, because the brain always needs to be doing something. And if you don't task the brain, if you don't give it something to do, it will find something. And that is normally trying to plan the future.
140.
So you need to do something within that time to stop the brain from planning and projecting the future, unless you are extremely good at the law of attraction, which is a very, very hard psychological state.
Law of attraction. Don't be trying any funny business in here, Matt.
125.
I've enjoyed your company in the commentary box, but that'd be a step too far.
$58.
Mini opportunity presenting itself on Matt Clark. If you can get a treble with a first start, that mini opportunity becomes an opportunity, becomes a big opportunity.
126. David Ducal, 160.
He's stolen the march. He will get darts. Maybe a dart, depending on the first leg, or the first dart.
60. Mike Ricard, 61.
Got choices here. Some players are now starting to play on the 15s in this boy, just to stay away from the ball. Tops. Left it loads of times. He's come low many times. This time he gets it right. And that moves Matt Clark into the lead. And this is now worrying times if you are following David Davies, because it's just all starting to unravel a little bit for him. It's just going a little bit wrong.
And it is a nice little combination when you start on the 15s there, because if you do find that single, then you've got either the 6 or the 10 to go for. They're both next to each other. You can find the treble even better, but there's not a lot of moving around, is there?
Well, the 25 is probably one of the hardest targets to hit on the board, really, 45. Because you're throwing at it where if you come inside, you hit the ball, and if you go outside, you miss as well. So you're trying to get a target that's like surrounded by miss.
When you miss, it's a Russian roulette.
100.
And also with the 15, you can throw with a bit more freedom, because you can probably vouch for this. When you're going for the 25, in your head, you're thinking, do not hit the bullseye, do not hit the bullseye. Whereas if you're going for the treble 15, you always throw with a bit more freedom, because you feel, like, yes, I can get the treble, great, but if not, they go for the 15, then you've got that 6 and 10 next door.
140.
Yeah, I like that play because I'm a big fan of the 8s and the 16s. So I like that play anyway, because the 15, then you can switch over to the 14s. So it's a lot easier for that breakdown shot.
135.
Big darts then for Matt. After 7 darts thrown, he was on 411. He finds 2 treble 20s. He's going to need to find a lot more and hope that Matt Clark misses a lot more doubles.
139.
Which, if you look at the stats on this game, is highly unlikely, because Clark, 2 from 3 on the doubles, averaging 92.74. And Davies, in fairness to him, is averaging 83, but he's had one opportunity at the double, which he took on the 76.
62.
But it's Clark that's really bossed this game. And if he can take this 62, we'll boss this scoreline. 12 for tops was the MO.
22.
But he doesn't have to execute it yet, because Davies is back on 191.
$82. Mike Ricard, 40.
Tops. Been persistent with it all day. Starting to work for him now.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
The persistence pays off. Matt Clark a leg away from joining Kevin Painter at the top of the table on 6 points. Kevin will have a game in hand. That one coming in a couple of games' time when he takes on Barrie Bates. For the time being, Matt Clark will be joint top of the table. Only lost 1 game. That was his opening match. That was to Mike Symes, the debutant, who was mightily impressive in that game. You can't really blame Matt Clark too much in that one. Mike was just unexpectedly brilliant, caught him cold. Couple of big 100+ checkouts.
100.
I feel Matt's quietly been going under the radar. He won't be for much longer. But Davies, who came out the track to an opening win, is just beginning to dissipate a little bit here. That's his first max of the match. It puts him within 221 points of victory. A solid average.
57.
Well, he is averaging 94. Apologies about that slight issue with the graphic there.
$100.
Yeah, you say under the radar. I think that's a fair assessment. Because we haven't really been talking about Matt Clark, but the best way to get yourself spoken about is to perform like this.
140.
And that was
Mario Kart 121.
overly aggressive and unnecessary there for Davies. A switch down to the bull or the 25 would have certainly been the play there. Because now Matt Clark doesn't have to go for the bullseye route here, where he might have if Davies would have gone for the 25 and left the 170.
Game,
he was allotted the luxury of
Matt
time, which allowed him to pick a favourite double there from Davies, not setting that one up correctly. And Matt Clark uses that time well again, uses the 15s for the 61 and ends the match with a lovely 1-2-1 finish and a nice 3-dart average there for Matt Clark. Coming up next is Prins taking on Mike Symes.
Welcome back. Matthew Edgar's come up from the commentary box for a break from Henry Deacon, a little chat with me instead. And before the break, we saw, well, the performance of the day so far, didn't we, from Matt Clark?
Yeah, really good from Matt Clark. I said in his previous game that consistency is something that really has sort of followed Matt Clark throughout his career, but when you can then go and produce something like that, a near 96 average there from Matt Clark, it was a double in percentage as well, 4 from 6, 66%. When you've got that in the locker and then you can combine that with consistency, I say it every single week I'm here, consistency wins the Super Series. That is the sort of perform that'll win groups, whether it's this one or one later on in the week. If he can keep that going, he's certainly going to be in Saturday night's final.
Yeah, it means that he's now level on points with Kevin Painter in second place in the table. Of course, Painter has a game in hand, but Matt Clark very much in the mix now.
Yeah, Matt Clark's closed that in, but Kevin Painter at the moment, that 4-0 victory in the last one gave not only Kevin Painter the points, but it's gave him a little bit of a cushion in the legs now, and the legs quite often do come into play. We saw last week a group of players ending on 12 points, and it all came down to the legs. This one could do the same, but at the moment, I just don't see where Kevin Painter's going to lose that game at the moment, because he's winning all those key moments.
Well, could he lose it against Matt Clark? They play in the last match of the day today, so do you think that could be the defining one of the day?
It would be a very interesting game for sure, especially if they both win in the next round of fixtures as well, and they go into that game where they essentially could be playing for top position, because the legs, you take them off your opponent. It's like double points, isn't it, on that column?
Yeah, well, let's have a look ahead to the next match then, as Prins is going to take on Mike Symes in this one. Prins produced a decent performance of his own, didn't he, against Davies when he took out a couple of three-figure finishers, 101 followed by 1-1-0. A slow start for him, but he's growing into the day.
Yeah, and this is probably something Dave expected as well when he said in his interview at the start of the day that he's had a bit of physio and he's had a few shoulder issues. And with that, I said at the very start of the day in his first game, when you start shooting around the board, you're going to start getting those misses early on. And he started off missing quite a lot of doubles. And as the day has warmed up, he has started to find that. And those combination finishes have certainly served him well.
And as Mike Symes kind of been the master of his own down volley by being so good in his first match, everyone's kind of worked out, right, I'm going to have to be on it against him. And they have been.
Not only that, but he's also set a bar of expectation of himself, an expectation of viewers, expectation of the players. So he went from, what do we really know about this guy, to, oh, this guy can play. And like you say, it sort of set the bar, and can he now get back to that level again?
Well, let's find out. Henry Deacon is waiting for Matthew to rejoin him.
Indeed, I am. Thank you very much, Chris. Yes, the seat next to me in the commentary box looks very vacant indeed, but we look ahead to another Tuxton battle here as Prins takes on Mike Symes, a man who was called up as a last-minute replacement. And this is kind of where the reality of this competition may begin to dawn on Symes. He's enjoyed that little bit of a buzz that you'll get from your debut couple of matches, but the reality of the league table begins to set in. The reality of playing multiple games in a day begins to set in. And now we're going to learn a lot more about him. What we know from Prins is we're going to get something very consistent. His three averages so far today, 81.47, 82.82 and 87.24. So we expect something in the 80s. We expect something good. What can these
26.
two produce, I wonder? Of course, you are tuning in on your lunch break. Do get in touch with us at MSS Darts.
59.
We're here with you for 50 weeks this year.
60.
Bringing you all the action. We're going to see some special moments. We're bound to see a 9-darter. We're due a 9-darter here at the Super Series. We're going to see some special moments. We're going to see champions become crowned.
81.
Remember, the Series 2 finals is on the 4th of February. Mark that date in your diary because you will not want to miss it. We'll be crowning a winner who will be £20,000 better off. And will win the title that Conan Whitehead won back in October. Talking of Conan Whitehead, he has been defeated at Q School by
60.
Fallon Sherrock in the last couple of minutes. That's the big news coming out of Q School. Conan, who is a very proud champion of this competition. He's very emotional
60.
when he won that event. Almost speechless in his winner's interview. The magnitude of the moment. Who's going to lift the crown for a second time?
140.
Some big names in that field already.
$41. David Carr, 161.
Yeah, I don't think at the moment we can realistically say we know the direction of Champions Week because, as you would expect, it's a strong quality lineup, good field.
44.
Yes, we know the first 9 names now that's going to be there. Jim McEwen, Alexander Merckx, Justin Smith, Colin Osborne, Jamie Kelling, Graham Usher, Raymond Smith, Adam Warner, and Adam Mould, who won, of course, on Saturday night. Dave Prins then, 117 to attempt to break the throw in the opening leg of this encounter. Daniel Go for treble 19 to leave himself a dart at tops. He's been so good at the ton plus finishes today, and that trend continues in the opening leg of this match. He got 2 last time out against David Davies. He's already got 1 in the opening leg. The magnitude of it, of course, huge, as he breaks Symes. And you just get the sense that Prins is just progressing as the day goes on.
41.
I also get the feeling that Dave Prins would have expected this scenario as well.
$43.
He's one of those players, isn't he, Dave Prins, that I like to call game smart. He can read scenarios, read tournaments, read the situations that he gets involved in within the sport quite well. And by doing that, he crafts opportunities out for himself. When the Isle of Man Open this year, beat Ashley Hubble, the brother of James, in the final of that. That's a prestigious competition.
140.
And one of the good darting weekends away as well, the Isle of Man. There's a bar out there called the Quids Inn. You pay £1 to go for a turnstile. And it's a karaoke bar, so you can imagine that
85.
I've frequented there a couple of times.
$26.
Bohemian Rhapsody.
No comment. Although it's a cheap round out there.
180.
As Prins goes round and round the board and finds his first maximum of the match.
$60. David Carr, 75.
Double 12.
Game shot on the second
Oh,
leg.
this is so good from Dave Prins. His combination finishing today has just been immaculate. That's a 14 darter. That's 2 out of 2 on the doubles for a 2-0 lead.
They'd like Mike to throw first. Game on.
Averaging just under 94.
$99.
I'll be honest, I'm surprised Mike saw where the darts go in because we couldn't see Mike.
He took a step over though for there, didn't he? Come back into shot.
100.
Sort of feel that for him that would be the ideal dart, that one, just in the bottom of the bed.
85.
Where his darts land, you expect him just to put 1 or 2 on top of that.
$100.
Dave Prins is starting to come to task. You really did feel the worst from earlier, didn't you? Because he said he's had that shoulder issue. Then he comes
100.
here, he loses 4-3. Then he loses 4-2. We're going into the third round of fixtures and he's not got anything on the board. And then he took that win over Dave Davies in the Dave Derby.
60.
And it's all sort of turned around for him.
He averaged 87 in that one, but as I mentioned at the top, it wasn't an 87 average game. It was probably about a 94, which is around about what he's averaging here. 92.34 he's averaging here. But there was a leg where both players just had a real nightmare on the doubles, which kind of plagued the average in that one.
100.
If he plays like this, he is a danger all week long.
Earlier on, we was thinking, is there any competition for Kevin Painter the way it was going? And towards the back end of the day, Oh, he's
He's
bust.
bust his score!
No score. David Carr 141.
I actually don't believe that. He wanted to hear the Paul Hinks 180 call so much. He's busted the score. And Prins could capitalise. I do not believe what I've just seen.
$89.
And it looked like he wasn't fully aware that he didn't want the max as well.
76. David Carr 52.
Do you want to know something ironic? That's his first 180 of the day.
And it doesn't count.
Game shot on the third leg.
And Prins takes full advantage. He's 3 out of 3 on the doubles here, Dave Prins. 92 average.
Fourth leg, Dave to throw first.
Well,
Game
at
on.
least we know he can hit a 180 now. See if he can get one that is going to count. Obviously, the recent player that did that comes to mind was Damon Heta in Gibraltar. But for me, that will always be the Dirk. The 180 when he busts that one against Raymond van Barneveld in an early younger version of Dirk at the World Championships.
100.
Is it Steve Farmer who did something similar as well?
Yeah, there's been quite a few of the bust 180s. I say the Dirk one always stands out to me for some reason. That's always like the go-to.
Luckily for me, I've never done that in my life.
What, hit the treble 20?
55.
I was waiting for the comeback, but I didn't expect that one. I thought you were going to go for the simple one.
Just which one to choose when you're giving you one, isn't it? Because there's so many options to go down.
$55.
What's the bullying complaints procedure around here?
Prins,
125.
like Matt Clark in the last game, is looking good. And Mike has got no answers whatsoever.
60. David Carr 91.
Had his moments today. But when you're playing someone who's averaging 94, there is a 30-point gap in the averages.
51.
And the way Prins has been on the outer ring, you expect this to be Mike's last visit of the match. 3 from 3 on the doubles. His combination
81.
finishing has been superb. It's actually the first time he's had 3 darts in hand at a double in this game. And once again, only needs the one. What a performance from Dave Prins. 4 out of 4 on the doubles, a 117 out, and a 92.5 average as he sweeps aside Mike Symes by 4 legs to 0. Prins is going to be a contender this week. That performance has proved it. The man that everybody thinks is the player to beat is Kevin Painter. He's up in action next as he takes on Champagne Barrie Bates.
Welcome back. Well, Newcastle's Dave Prins produced a performance that Ant and Dec would have been proud of him there for, as he wrecked the mic. Symes before the break, a 4-0 win for the Badger, and he's turned his day around. It looked like he was in for a struggle when he lost his first 2 games. He's had a shoulder injury as well, but look at that, an average of 92.49, all thanks to being absolutely perfect on his doubles. 4 out of 4 there, high check out of 117. Mike Symes not at the races in that one. The league table looks like this. Kevin Painter and Matt Clark both on 6 points, but Painter has a game in hand which he's about to play. Prins now moves on to 4. Davies, Bates and Symes all on 2. Bates with 2 left to play, the other 2 players with 1 left each, and ready to rumble in game 12 are Kevin Painter and Barrie Bates. Bates did get a victory against Mike Symes earlier on today, but that's the only win he's got so far. Painter has won all of his matches so far, as you just saw highlighted by that league table. Here he is getting the better of Mike Symes. We're going to be a bit cruel to Mike, I think, because we've also got a highlight to show you later on of that 180 that he hit when he actually needed 172. So everyone beating him at the moment. He did get that win in his first match today, but Painter is looking to carry on a perfect record. Can Kevin do just that and make it 4 from 4 by beating Bates? Let's find out with our very own Ant and Dec in the commentary box. It's Matthew Edgar and Henry Deacon.
Why, aye, thank you very much, Chris. Although, we might be one commentator short here, because in between matches we're having a little bit of a picnic here in the commentary box, and I gave Matthew Edgar a sweetie. Let's just say it was a bit more sour than you thought it was going to be.
Yeah, Henry's sat here yamming these sweets, and they're from a very, very big brand, and I was like, oh, business must be good for you, Henry. Let me try one of these upmarket sweets. It is one of the most sourest things I've ever had in my life. What a sour taste that left in my mouth. Kevin Painter has got no sour taste in his mouth so far. 3 from 3. Last game, 4-0 victory. It has been clear sailing for Kevin Painter so far. He is top of the table on points, he's top of the table on legs, and he has this game in hand.
59. 125.
And I just feel that the longer this run goes for Kevin Painter, the better the performance will go, because it'll go hand in hand.
82.
Because he's going to grow in confidence. He said himself he hasn't had the best of times down here in this format. And when he starts getting the wins again, the points
60.
on the board, you'll find that the confidence will grow and the performance will go hand in hand. I think it's dangerous. I think someone's got to get
60.
him beat quick, or the rest of the pack are going to be playing for group places.
$140. 60.
Is it fair to say that Barry's kind of dovetailed as the day's advancing?
40.
Yeah, he's going to struggle with various factors, and especially when you're playing like he will this week, 5 long days, we're going to see games where he comes in and out of form.
78.
It's just when do they come?
Kevin Newcastle 136.
You'll never feel safe against Barrie Bates. That's the main thing I think we'll get from this week, that you'll probably see him play 1 or 2 games where he wins a leg or loses them both to 0, and you think that's him done, and then he'll come out and play a really good game averaging over 90.
92. Kevin Newcastle 40.
Just the best thing we can say at this point is never write off Barrie Bates.
Game shot on the first leg. Kevin Painter.
It's just solid. It's just absolutely solid from Kevin Painter, and that's what we've seen from him all day. He kicked off the show against Dave Prins with an 81
Game on.
average. He then proceeded to beat David Davies, it wasn't the highest quality game, but then he came back and averaged 89
100.
against Symes in a 4-0 success. It was very comfortable for him in that one. 89.73 the average.
123.
See what I mean? Never write off Barrie Bates. 18 darts thrown in the last leg.
131.
Didn't get near a double. And then opens treble 20, treble 20.
121.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1. He's never out of it. He's one of those players that you just can't get a read on. And for that,
45.
no matter who you are, he's a horrible player to play. You like to know where you are in a game. You like to feel like you're in control.
76.
Especially when you're winning.
And how nervous does that make you as a player, not knowing?
65.
It's almost like you prefer the devil you know than the devil you don't. With Barrie, you don't know what's going to happen from one leg to the next. Can that be an anxiety from the opponent's point of view?
100. Kevin, your car, 160.
Absolutely. That's a good lie for Kevin. You expect that to go in. Tops, resets, recomposes.
140.
Just drops it a little bit low. Barrie Bates, after just 12 darts thrown, looking at a 14-dart leg.
Second leg, Barrie Bates.
That's exactly my case in point when you said, is it starting to go for Barrie Bates? It could go at any point where his form just completely leaves him, but at the same point, he's very, very, very capable of just putting in those 14, 13 dart legs. Never dismiss
85.
Barrie Bates. That is the rule of the week.
And Kevin's been on the tour with Barrie for a number of years, so I suppose him, probably more than anyone else, will be
100.
more suited to knowing that Barrie can be like that, so he can possibly prep better for the challenge than maybe anybody else. Well, how about this? How about this for a purple patch from Barrie Bates?
$32. 60.
Kevin is a player that will follow the form line and follow it with expectation.
100.
So he'll look at that and think, well, I won my last game 4-0. Barrie Bates lost his last game 4-1. Barrie Bates only averaged 67 in his last. So
100.
I should be winning this game. And when we started this match by talking about a sour taste in the mouth, if Kevin was to lose this one, you tend to feel that that would leave a sour taste in the mouth of Kevin Painter.
And plays Matt Clark in the final game of the session, and that would add extra importance, or the second to last game of the session, their final game of the session, it'd add extra importance. This could be important for Bates. 88.
68.
Inside. But Painter back on 2-1-5 means that it allows the Welshman another opportunity at it. Just has a little glance at the scoreboard.
90.
Gives it a rueful shake of the head as he plants a bullseye. But Bates plants the double four to lead 2-1.
Fourth, Kevin to throw first. Game on.
And we saw this from Barrie the last time he was here at the Super Series. He, between the legs or between throws, sometimes when he just wants to just
99.
Get away from looking at the opponent and looking at the board, he'll sometimes just find something in the arena, whether it's a bench or whether it's a wall or whether it's just something, maybe a light.
43.
I don't know what, but he'll find something, he'll look at it and just gives him that little bit of time. A little bit like we spoke about with Kevin and the look on the floor.
140.
You know, a lot of the time as well, it's not just looking at it, it's analysing it. Rooting yourself in
60.
that situation at that moment. He has found a bit of a restart point here.
128.
Looking good for a solid holder throw. He is going to have to break Barrie Bates again. He did manage in the opening
100.
leg, but then Barrie was
Kevin
like, I'm not having
134.
it. Hit him back with a 14-dart leg. Barrie Bates winning legs, 14 and 16. There's 100 average on the winning legs for Barrie Bates.
Is he thinking tops?
94.
Was he contemplating it for a second? Because he looked as if he was aiming and then stepped back.
41. Kevin,
Only Kevin will be able to tell us as he goes to tops for a 13. Tens. Well, the winning legs in this game have been quality, haven't they? Painter getting that done within 15. 2-2 the score.
Well, the last 3 legs have essentially been
Fifth
won with 100
leg,
average.
through first. Game on.
That is the level you're going to have to be
60.
if you want to be comfortable in winning this one. Because they are both on it in this match.
95. 100. 45. 60.
60 there opens up the door of opportunity for Kevin Painter if he can find a 2-treble visit. Well, there's the 2 trebles. Can he fill it up?
140.
Well, he didn't succeed in that exercise, but the 140 means that he's in control of this leg.
60.
Crucially, he may be on course for a break of throw in the 5th, which would mean then he'd have the darts in the 6th to win the match. He's going about things brilliantly here.
140.
Pushes the average above 90.
$55. Kevin Newcart, 81.
And Bates leaves himself in purgatory on 166. Double 12 for the break of foe and a 3-2 lead.
Game shot.
Double 12 pinned.
Kevin Painter.
For a 14-dart leg. And Painter now has the darts for the match. The standard in this one has been sublime.
6 leg, Kevin to throw first. Game on.
59 darts. That was what the last 4 legs have been won in.
180.
Really good standard. And last time Kevin Painter broke the throw, Barrie Bates hit him back with a 14-darter. Kevin Painter, well aware of the threat that Barrie Bates is poising. And he's trying to give himself
81.
plenty of cushion this time to get his 8th point on the table out of a possible 8.
100.
He's put the hammer down now, hasn't he, Kevin? Been a contest for the vast majority of this game, but Painter looking to finish off Barrie Bates.
$96. Kevin Newcart, 105.
Can he finish it with a ton topper, an average of 96? This has been a really good performance from Kevin Painter. And bullseye first, he ain't got the 25, and
47.
he's himself on 58, but he gave that second dart a good old look, didn't he?
93. Kevin Newcart, 58.
There's a similar position for Kevin Painter for the match.
Game, shot, and the match. Kevin Painter.
And Kevin Painter gets over the line again. His performance is improving round by round. He has now hit his highest average of the day there in victory over Barrie Bates. Back-to-back 14s to get that wrapped up. But the biggest factor of that for Kevin Painter is he is still undefeated this week. Played 4, won 4. That is 8 points. Can anyone stop him? Matt Clark is going to be trying to stop him. But before that, we've got Mike Symes taking on Davies.
So it is perfect from Painter so far. The artist 1 win away from a clean sweep here on Monday at the MODUS Super Series. That's after he just got the better of Barrie Bates before the break there. 4-2 win for Kevin Painter, his best performance of the day in terms of the average as well, 94.32. It's interesting to see how the standard has just crept up over the last few matches. The last 3 winners all averaging north of 92, and Kevin Painter pulling further north at the top of the table, 2 ahead of Matt Clark after all of the players have played 4 matches, though Painter does meet Clark in his final match of the day. Dave Prins on 4, all of the other players on 2 points. And the next 2 to meet, we're going to see Mike Symes take on Davies. The day started well for Symes. He got the call to be here quite late, turned round from work and came here, won his first match, but it's kind of gone wrong since then. Lost his last 3, and then in his last match against Dave Prins, he hit the only 180 of the day, but unfortunately he needed 172. Trying to get the 140 there, ended up busting the score. Davies has also lost his last 3 matches after winning his first, but showcased some decent finishing when he has had opportunities to win legs. He's been pretty decent in that department, and he's looking to just stop that slide after showing some promise in that first match. A man who won the ADC's Welsh title, absolutely taking apart Robert Owen, who we've seen produce some great stuff at the Super Series in that one. So one of them will indeed do that and just halt the slide today. Which one? Well, we'll find out. Here's Henry Deacon and Matthew Egger to talk you through it.
Chris, thank you very much indeed. There's some harsh producer somewhere showing that 180 bust, isn't there? But for Mike Symes, it's his final game of his debut day. Debut day he wasn't expecting when he woke up first thing this morning, but he has taken full advantage of the opportunity. He takes on Davies. He's been waiting a while for his debut here at the Super Series. Won the ADC Welsh title back in the summer. And is it fair to say that we've seen glimpses, but he just needs to put the pieces together?
I think you could say that about both. Both players have shown us pieces. The one thing, I hope that the players watch this back. A lot of the time, a lot of the players do watch them back when they get back to the hotels or wherever they're going to. And the thing I would say for both of these players is there's been opportunities to have left better situations just by changing the target.
Game on.
And I hope that they can watch back those moments and just have a look at where they could just change it up and go for a different route to give themselves a better option.
85.
And we always say when the players come in for a debut and they have a whole week that this is kind of your learning day where you get used to the environment and things like that. It's when we get into
40.
Tuesday when things get real, the reality really does kick in about this competition. Go on, Mike.
140.
Yeah, just going back to the point I made, and I think that's why it really needs to be emphasised, because yes, there are factors, environmental factors or external factors that they would not have
60.
been aware of, but this is the learning that should have happened before here. That learning should already be in place. Sometimes we just get caught in the moment. That might be what it is. We've got a very small amount of data to
60.
look over here today, which is just purely what we see in front of us in these matches. And like I say, you can get caught in the moment, chase that 180. I mean, Mike chased it on the 170. I don't think he went for it, but
135.
we've seen it twice now, and I'm sure if Mike's in one of these kind of WhatsApp groups that I tend to get involved in, that's going to be appearing quite regular now in these little groups.
If it is one of those Hampshire group chats, I feel sorry for him when he sees his WhatsApp pings later.
58.
But this has been a good opening leg for Mike, leaving 116 after 12. Davies back on 208. That's a nice little guide for the trouble you sensed.
100.
Tunneys himself on 16 after 15. But back comes Davies.
140.
Putting pressure on this double 8 that Symes now eyes up.
Eyes on the prize.
8. David
That
Ducal,
prize
68.
is like a pass the parcel game that he's just passed to David Davies. Will he unwrap it?
Game shot on the first leg. David Davies.
David Davies at a children's birthday party would be the child that sits there with the pass the parcel in the hands while the music's playing, hoping they stop it. Because in that exchange of pass the parcel,
Something like David, you throw first. Game on.
he took the star prize. 1-0 to David.
And looks to kick on. Mind you, this is the beginning of the final round of games. After this, a crucial game at the top of the table as Kevin Painter takes on Matt Clark. And then we're going to see Dave Prins in action. He's been getting better as the day goes on. He takes on Barrie Bates in our concluding game of the day. Then we'll be back tomorrow morning from 9:30 a.m. for Moving Day.
100.
Mind you, the top player after 3 days will go through to Saturday night's final, second and third in Group B, which is played on Thursday, Friday night. And then the other 3 players will be in Group C on Thursday and Friday morning, which are going to be joined
100.
by the 3 times world champion, Martin Wolfie Adams. Always great fun when Wolfie's around.
Still an incredible
41.
dart player. Is this the start of your Desired Gladiators week?
95.
We're going back down that rabbit hole.
Well, Superman could potentially be a gladiator. It sounds very gladiator-like.
No, that's Avengers Week.
40.
Could we put together an Avengers week?
Superman, Super Chin. Depends whether you can have a Christmas superhero, so you could have Frosty the Throwman.
140.
Symes again, 66 after 12, scoring much better than we have seen in the first couple of games. But Davies setting up here. Well, that would have been the ultimate darting irony if that slipped into the treble. How many times have we seen 66 left today and a player then get double 18?
30.
Well, we're not going to see it again.
David Ducal, 40.
Lucky there from Symes. Davies back for tops, now double 10. One left.
20.
Doesn't go. Symes gets his chance to level 36. Up. A warranted chance. The way he's played so far. It's not the worst miss in the world.
Shot on the second leg. Mike Symes.
Lovely setup play from Mike Symes. Laying it up for double 16. A collective sip of water before the commencement of the third leg.
Mike to throw first. Game on.
Both of the first two going against the darts. Symes will be hoping that's a pattern which is ended right there.
Pattern is an interesting thought, actually,
60.
because I just look at this past weekend when Mike Symes did play county and got that victory against Essex. And had he have
96
lost that game, how would he have been coming here? Would he have felt a little bit at awe of the whole process? Or had that county weekend been a week
100.
ago or 2 weeks ago? I think the fact that that game has come very recent and it's won for him, which is the highest level he currently competes at, and he got the victory in that format, that I think it makes him
100.
come here quite positive. He was probably going into work today to let everyone know how he's represented his county this weekend and got a victory. And here he is now, probably with everyone sat on their lunch break, watching him
100.
taking part in the Super Series.
Do you reckon they've got the sour sweets as well?
Nobody's got those sweets, Henry, just you. They are horrific.
96. $100.
So if you know what you want to get Matthew Edgar for Christmas this year, don't get fizzy sweets.
No, thank you to Fizzy Sweets for sending the retro toys. Let's get some Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and some wrestling figures coming in. That's what we want to see.
Might as well get one for Nico at the same time.
60. David Ducal, 88.
88 for Davies. He's himself on double 14.
Game shot on the third leg.
Excellent execution. And it is yet another break. We can officially call it a breakathlon now.
Fourth leg, David to throw first. Game on.
Who will get the gold medal at the breakathlon? Speaking of medals, this reminded me of a funny comment I heard from
84.
John McDonald. I don't know how I got on the... You know when you go on a bit of a YouTube binge and you end up on some weird video that was nothing you ever started on. And
100.
John McDonald made a comment. It was something like, it's not the winning, it's the taking part that counts, said the silver medalist. I was just like, it's brilliant.
100.
So the taking part counted for you in your 3 World Championship appearances?
Oh, absolutely. It was brilliant. I had a really good time.
43.
The love losing is fantastic. I had a great time.
Well, at least you won a leg.
Two. There's me. I went back the year after and only lost one leg in the whole match.
97.
Or being beaten by Monsieur.
That was the one.
Crowd's absolutely packed in to watch that
100.
game.
Yeah, it felt like one of my exhibitions, actually. That did. So. Probably a few more people in there, because you had all the camera crew in there as well. And
60. 60. David O'Connor 160.
For 3-1.
$60.
That is well thrown darts. You know it's well thrown when Paul Hinks has to come all the way across and get out a
45.
microscope in order to
David
see where
O'Connor,
the darts have
100.
landed.
Was just saying to David, hold on a second.
60. Mike O'Connor 153.
153 for Symes to 2-2. This will be yet another break. Just working it out. Shovel 19 leads and Salvador double 18. Oh, and it wasn't too far away.
David O'Connor 40.
Would have been for the 4th consecutive break in this match. And so Davies returns for tops. And I wonder whether that miss on double 18, the graze of the wire, has given him a wake-up call.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
It's the first hold of the match. It could be the most important. He leads 3-1. Symes now throwing to stay in it now. After missing that double 18.
5th leg Mike to throw first.
For what would have been a blockbuster 153 out. The quality and the standard in this game has been quite good. It's been very steady indeed. 82 playing 83 in terms of the averages.
Do you know you get all different abbreviations for names, don't you? Like David's
60.
often Dave, but sometimes you get the Davy. If I was David here, I'd adopt the Davy. Davy Davies. I think it's got more of a ring to it. I feel like you're stopping when you say David Davies. It's like stopping and like doing two names, where Davy Davies just sort of reels off.
100.
Helping you out here, Davey. Hope to see it on your next shirt.
There's actually a Spanish player called Martin Nati Santa Maria.
100.
Good luck if you're reffing that. That sounds like the sort of game Charlie would be reffing. Legendary referee is Charlie.
140.
Refereeing on some of the biggest stages in the world.
I'll say Mike here. 3-1 down. Under the pump. Producing quite well. Leave yourself 95 after 12 darts.
And it's as if, because it's his final game of the day, he's just
59.
found a bit of a
Michael
second
Carr,
wind here. He
95.
came out of the traps flying. That 4-1 win and 88 average. Then just in the middle of the day, there's a couple of struggles, but it's a much better performance. It's a bit of quality at counter. Tops for 3-2.
75.
Drags below and Symes wide. Double 18 for 153 in the previous leg. Can Davies win this match with a 142? No is the answer on this occasion. So Symes, double 10 to get a leg back.
110. Mike Ricard 20. $16. David Ricard 32.
He's running out. He started his day perfectly. 4-1 victory over Matt Clark, and it has not gone the way of Mike.
Davies.
Since then, a 4-1 defeat in that, a 4-0 defeat to Kevin Painter, 4-1 defeat to Barrie Bates. But he's certainly done enough and shown enough to suggest he can be competitive as this week develops. We'll expect to see him tighten up those finishes. As the week goes on, he'll be back tomorrow. His day is done. Coming up next is a top-of-the-table clash. Kevin Painter is undefeated today, taking on Matt Clark, who is his closest contender.
So then David Davies bookends his debut day at the Super Series with victories. Won his first match, won his last match, and it was a decent display against Mike Symes, who also won his first match on debut, but has ended up losing his final four. An 86 average almost for Davies in that one. Decent checkout percentage as well. That's where it went wrong for Mike Symes, just 1 in 11 in that one, and that means that he will end the opening day at the bottom of the table. Barrie Bates also on 2 points, but does have a game left to play. That's against Dave Prins. Dave is done for the day, but now we're going to turn our attentions to a crunch clash at the top of the table as Kevin Painter takes on Matt Clark. And Painter has won all of his matches so far today. Clark has won 3 of his 4, having lost his first. Here's Painter with a typical clinical 81 checkout. That was against Barrie Bates earlier on. Clark here taking out 121 against Davies in a 4-1 victory in that match. Defeating his opener, he's really bounced back in style. So either Painter will complete a perfect day and win all 5, or Clark will get the victory and tie things up at the top of the table. Should Painter succeed, he'll be 4 points clear overnight. So a really big clash to end this pair's day, and we wanted some big commentators to talk you through it, but we decided to stick with Henry and Matt instead.
Thank you, Chris, and it is a top-of-the-table tussle to conclude the day for Kevin Painter and Matt Clark. Now, these two really have been the standout performers, haven't they, today in Group A? Kevin Painter going to seal a 5-from-5 card. Matt Clark can make it a 2-way at the top. And I just wonder whether this is a more important game for Painter, because if Clark goes in and makes it level on 8 points, Prins will have the opportunity in the final game against Bates to move it on to 6. And the way Prins has played towards the latter part of today's action, that 6 points and that little buffer at the top would be very, very uncomfortable.
I've got to say, that's what you get for eating sweets. Henry took the earpiece off so he could munch on some of these horrible sour sweets. Wait till you watch that one
First
back.
leg, Kevin, you through first. Game on.
Murphy's just ripped into you and you've gone, oh, thank you.
To be honest, I just ignore it now because I'm just so used to it.
140.
I'm presenting Thursday morning and he's down here in the comms box. Don't worry, he'll get it. Be prepared, Murph. Be prepared. Clark is looking to prepare himself for an opening maximum.
I think just to give a little bit more spice to this match, though, we're not just talking about what they've done in terms of the points and the table. They both played their best performances of the day in their last matches. So if we're talking about the form line, they're both hitting their peak towards the back end of this day. Kevin is to win this match. He will be leaving here with 4-point cushion regardless.
Which after day one is a sizable gap.
85.
24 is usually enough. 22 wasn't for Martin Turner last week. Richie Howson played some exceptional stuff to win Group A, but it was Adam Mould who claimed the glory in the end.
122. Kevin
Beating Ian Moss in a last leg decider. He's named number 9 in the Champions Week Hall of Honour. Who's going to join him in week 10? We've got 6 fantastic days worth of darts
96.
to find out.
Michael Carl 59.
Clark looking for an 11 dart leg here.
Kevin Painter just looked at the score after leaving that and just raised the eyebrows.
Game shot on the first leg.
Will be going down with the frown. Matt Clark, 11 dart leg to break the throw. We said in the last game, Matt Clark is growing into the day.
Like Matt to throw first.
Lost
Game on.
his opening game, which was the only game that Mike Symes has won. And since then, 4-2 victory over Dave Prins, 4-1 victory over Barrie Bates, and then a 4-1 victory over David Davies, averaging 95.55.
85.
Kevin Painter has nothing but positive vibes at the moment, yet to taste defeat.
Well, then it's an interesting psychology element here with Kevin Painter. If he goes on and wins this game 5-on-5, he'll be on cloud 9. But if he loses this, despite winning
97.
4 games, because the last game he played was the one he lost, he'll almost come out of here, and Kevin's a great competitor. He'll almost come out of it disappointed
60.
because he's lost the last game, but not reflected upon the 4 that he won. We've seen that a couple of times from players here at the Super Series.
Yeah, he's a winner, and he'll be expecting to win everything. Kevin Painter will expect
44.
to win this competition on Saturday without defeat anywhere along the way. And some people,
58.
you know, come here without that expectation. They come here, let's see how it goes. I'm just going to take every game by game and see where it lands me. Kevin's the total opposite. He will be here for the £5,000 giant novelty check, which I was absolutely delighted to see come back on Saturday.
41.
More events need giant novelty checks.
We mentioned it early in the week last week, and then on Saturday evening, Matt got a little bit of a whisper from backstage that he's going to be presenting a novelty check, and I cannot tell you enough how much he was beaming from ear to ear. Kevin Painter is anything but beaming from ear to ear for that previous score.
$140.
Ton 40 there means that Clark, with the darts, is first to a finish after 15. Averaging a ton.
60. Mario Car 135.
$135 to double his lead. He's got 6 darts from here. Decides to go 25 first. So 110 remaining. Doesn't need to go for the bullseye. Probably won't contemplate the bullseye. Or is he going to contemplate the bullseye? He does more than contemplate the bullseye. He bends the bullseye. And Matt Clark goes into a 2-0 lead.
Third leg coming to throw first. Game on.
Didn't have to go for the bullseye there. Decided to have a go at it anyway and pin it.
49.
And it puts Painter in a position now where he has to obtain a break of throw. Averaging 103 here,
100.
Matt Clark. This is the performance of the day thus far. 2 out of 2 on the doubles.
100.
Mentioned earlier that Matt
41.
Clark seemed to have played with a little bit more pace. That pace has now just been eked out of the game. He's now playing a little bit more deliberate.
60.
Even the approach play. A little bit slower, a little bit more at ease. Oh, that's visibly slower, isn't it? It's much, much slower, much, much more deliberate.
$99. $119.
Much better from Painter. Loses himself on 173.
$60.
He's going to get 6 darts to pull a leg back with the throw.
$133.
Excellent setup shot. You start to fear the worst a bit there for Painter, and then the timing been the key feature of his day today. I mean, the first 3 games for Kevin Painter
99.
was nothing really to
40.
be shouting about in terms of the averages. It was all match play darts. Perfect timed big shots, perfect time finishes.
20. Matt Urucar, 102.
Speaking of perfect timing, there's been no better time for a 102 finish so far today than this one for Matt Clark. He should get a dart. Does get a dart, but only just. It's at tops for a double break of throw.
62. Kevin Urucar, 20.
First dart, he's missed at double in the match. Will it be made to pay by Painter? Double 5.
15.
And Clark will get another chance.
40.
And that rueful shake of the head by Kevin Painter explains everything that he's thinking at the moment. Double 10.
Game shot on
And he manages to squeeze that into the bottom corner, nailing the double that Painter just missed. And Matt Clark obtaining the double break of throw, which now gives him the darts to incredibly seal a 4-0 victory against the man who topped the table going into this match. The previously unbeaten Kevin Painter is in a bit of peril now, because Clark doesn't look like regressing.
140.
Time to dig deep.
140.
Something he has managed to do many times across his career. Mentioned earlier the longevity of Kevin Painter. Near 30-year career.
60.
That's a near 30-year career at the top end of the game, not just within the sport, but at the very, very top. That's the sort of longevity that we could only really name 3 people that potentially can stake that claim. Those 3 people being the 16-time world champion Phil Taylor, Steve Beaton, Mervyn King.
Add Martin Adams into the mix, I think, as well.
Oh, fair shout. Yeah, Martin Adams.
And if we're going to throw one more into the mix, Bob Anderson. Made the World Championship semi-finals in 04 and 05. After winning the title of the Lakeside in 88.
Any more that spring to your mind, guys? Send us a tweet at MSS Darts or at the Edgar 501. I've got it open in front of me now. So if you've got any longevity or drop Henry a message.
At H_Deacon Media. Painter 6-164 to get a leg on the board. Painter, who is going to be a part of the World Seniors Championship in a couple of weeks' time. Tickets still available at dartshop.tv for your trip to the tavern. Painter defeated Taylor at the tavern in that tournament last year. Be a good weekend.
65. Kevin Newcar, 100.
This would be a good moment for a ton finish for Painter. Tops.
Game shot on the 4th flag. Kevin Painter.
Perfect execution from the artist. It was artistry from the artist.
5th flag, Kevin to
Importantly, that was a break of throw. Not it kind of matters too much because he is having to win every leg from here, but this is the one with the throw, and if it does go all the way to leg 7, he'll have the darts too.
83.
Mind, one more game after this. Dave Prins takes on Barrie Bates, and then we
59.
return tomorrow morning, 9:30. And if you are tuning into us via the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, don't forget to give us a subscribe, because on top of the live coverage,
59.
we'll have bonus behind-the-scenes content. We'll have highlights of every session, plus the occasional game of the day as well. So do keep in touch with us via those platforms.
If you was in charge of game of the day, what would you be picking so far on
60.
the basis of what we've seen?
Good question. There's a couple in there, isn't there? I suppose Clark against Davies would be a shout.
137.
I think what makes it a little bit harder today is because a lot of the games have been sort of heavy score lines, like 4-1s, 4-0s, 4-2s. I think Painter and Prins in the opening one's the only one that's gone all the way.
59.
Which gives us a good match.
I'll tell you what, for those who are tuning in, why don't you send in as well your suggestions? Maybe we'll put, in the last game, we'll put a poll up or poll out on social media to decide what our game of the day is, and we'll
58.
Get our social media team to get that out on YouTube. I'm sure
41.
they can turn that around
Kevin
quickly.
Newcar, 164.
164 for 3-2. And I'm just sensing here maybe a bit of a shift in this game. Clark's just kind of dipped down a bit. Painter's just staying at where he is. But because Clark's had the dip, it's been good enough for Painter now to be afforded opportunities.
Oh, without a doubt, this is an opportunity, and Kevin Painter will sense that as well. He'll be very well aware that this game is far from over.
Kevin Newcar, 104.
Matt Clark, if a little bit of panic kicks in, we'll be feeling the next leg will be his only opportunity.
72. Matt Newcar, 142.
For the match. For a 4 from 5 day. And a 4 straight win after losing his opener. It's not going to happen this time. And so Painter returns. 32, and this could turn 45. The screw in this game.
Kevin Newcar, 32. $16. Mark Newcar, 97.
to inflict a first defeat of the day upon Kevin Painter. And treble 18.
41. Kevin
And so
Newcastle,
Painter
16.
to put another leg back and to make things very interesting indeed.
Game shot on the fifth
And he does
leg.
put it
Kevin
back to
Painter.
3-2. And now we're going to learn a lot about Matt Clark in this sixth leg, because he has the darts to close out a 4-2 victory against Kevin Painter, who was 3-0 up in this game, Matt Clark.
Game on.
And Painter is beginning to pull a comeback on the cards.
'59.
And has presented Painter an opening.
We have seen this many times before, where a player goes 3-0 up.
100.
Can't get the last leg. Feel like the exchange of the next 6 darts really could be telling in the direction of this match.
$100.
You said these next few darts could be telling.
140.
Well, that 140 means that Painter's stolen the darts.
At the next 6, Matt Clark's only got 1 treble so far. That's a big dart.
100.
Now Kevin Painter to complete the block of 6 that could turn this game around.
32.
For the first time, a key moment goes against Kevin Painter.
$58.
Or does it? Still not out of this one. He's snarling. Would love to see 2 trebles going now.
59.
You feel that might not be enough.
Because you sense Clark's going to leave this handy.
100.
Time needs 84.
170.
And so Painter now, the Hail Mary big fish. And so Clark,
41.
the complete victory, was 84.
Kevin did the hard work, got himself into position, wasn't able to take it, and Matt Clark extends. Two 6s.
78.
Oh, a long way off.
Kevin Newcastle,
And you can tell by the reaction he was not happy with how he even thrown that one. A 1-2-9, it's a big ask, but there is an opportunity. There is hope.
Triple 20 and Bull. Bull. Oh, that could be a game changer. That could be a group changer from Kevin Painter. He has found 2 blockbuster finishes at blockbuster times. And now the artist has the darts in the decider. Matt Clark led this game 3-0. He now has to break the throw to win this match.
I feel that's opportunity gone there for Matt Clark. That bullseye was smack bang in the middle from Kevin Painter. He kicks off with 2 trebles, correctly utilising the 17s.
140.
Fair play, Matt Clark. This could be a blockbuster end. Kevin Painter, you said it could be a group changer, it could be a week changer.
140.
Certainly a game changer. It's a mood changer. Because Kevin Painter was starting to go down that hole. But now, Starting to look like a guy that can really win this group.
140.
Just look at the snarl. He is revved up. He is fired up. He senses opportunity. He senses the blood like a shark in the ocean.
140.
And what a final leg this is. 131, 140, 140 to leave him on 90 after 9. A man who was 3-0 down, looked on the edge of defeat, has seemingly found a way to conjure it back right from the very depths.
140.
But don't discount Matt Clark. He's done exactly the same. 2 treble shots himself. 140, 140, 140. But it's double 15 for Kevin Painter, who steps back and resets. An 11 dart leg is on. What a turnaround that was from Kevin Painter. He was 3-0 down. Matt Clark had his chances to wrap it up. He wasn't able to. Should have took it 4-2. Kevin Painter takes out that incredible 1-2-9 on the ball. And then an 11 dart leg. We said the timing is getting him through these games. And he is at the top of the table. 4 points clear. A perfect day for Kevin Painter. Coming up, we've got one more game for you. And that is Dave Prins taking on Barrie Bates.
Welcome back. Well, it's a perfect day for Kevin Painter here at the MODUS Super Series. 5 out of 5. Kevin must be quite happy with that.
Yeah, I'm happy with 5 out of 5, Chris. I wouldn't say I'm overly happy with the way I played overall today, but listen, if you're going to get a win on every game, you've got to be pleased with that, but not overly pleased with how the way I played.
You'll be pleased with this. We'll take a look at the Group A table now. Beating Matt Clark in the very last match has given you a 4-point cushion against him. Of course, you're going to play him first tomorrow as well, the way the fixtures fall. So you could be a long way ahead, and they're all playing catch-up tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, Matt had a dart there, or 2 darts there to beat me, and it would have changed the table. But, you know, there's going to be twists and turns all the way along. But, as I say, I'm happy with the points I've got and the games I've won. I pulled out a couple of things here and there in different games today that helped me out. But, yeah, it could have been different, but, you know, I'm at the top at the moment, so...
And one of those things was this 1-2-9 finish, a sweet one day. You were 3-0 down against Matt, of course. When you get to 3-2, you take this out when he's just missed match starts. You know that hurts your opponent, don't you, when you do that?
Yeah, of course. I mean, Matt's already missed the dart to win the game, and it's right in the centre of the ball, which, you know, it's weird. Some of them things just go in. I mean, I could have thrown at that another 10 times and not hit it, but, you know, sometimes you do yourself an injustice and say, you know, but... Sometimes I have to give myself a pat on the back now and again and say, well, they're the shots that you can pull out when you are in trouble. And obviously, if I'd have missed that, I think Matt would have probably gone back and won the game. So, No, that shot went in. I think I hit a ton earlier, ton check it out earlier. So happy with it, you know.
Do you think this gives you the confidence to try and maybe dominate this group now as the week goes on?
Well, listen, if you're top of the group by 4 points clear on day one, you have to go and, you know, have something about you and make sure you win, you know, next 2 days and get through. If I don't top the group by Wednesday after having a 4-point lead, I'll be disappointed. I will play better than this tomorrow. I'm pretty sure of that. I'm just getting used to a couple of things, and I want to play better than that, you know, tomorrow.
We've had some good moments. Well done today. We'll see you again tomorrow. One more game to come today is Dave Prins against Barrie Bates. We'll see Kevin again tomorrow, but for the final match, back to Henry and Matt.
Chris, thank you very much indeed. The perfect day for Painter has been sealed. But who's going to finish their day with victory as Dave Prins takes on Barrie Bates? Prins, who's been getting better as the day goes on, up against Barrie Bates. Actually, we saw a bit of a renaissance performance from him in defeat to Kevin Painter last time out for him. Started off well, then in the middle there was a patchy performance there, but has managed to recover from that. How will they finish up the day? Big game for Prins, isn't it?
Big game for both, really, in terms of the table, but I do fear that already that Kevin Painter is starting to have a bit of a gap on there.
First leg is Steve to throw first.
He's already got himself 4 points.
Game on.
Matt Clark was his closest contender. Kevin Painter will play Matt Clark in the first game tomorrow. And like Kevin Painter said, he's got plenty more in the locker.
Doesn't
feel like he's played his best, and can vouch for that, can't we, when we say what his best is. But if you can win
60.
with that B game, we say it all the time, don't we? When we see one of these players come on, one of these young players who burst on and throw these amazing averages from time to time, and then in between, we're always saying, well, they had a B game, they'd have a bit of longevity.
99.
Not long ago, we were saying about how Kevin Painter's always had longevity. And that is because that B game, he knows how to win with it. And that's those key moments. That 1-2-9 finish really comes to mind as a match saver, and then going out in 11.
It's finding a way. And again, that's something that you'll only learn from experience by being there and having underperformed once on stage, and then having to learn from that particular experience. And this is exactly what the Super Series does, because you're not going to play at stratospheric level to 5 games a day, and if you do, then fair play. It's digging yourself out of the holes when you need to do exactly that. And it's been a long day for Dave Prins. His first game was at 9:30 this morning. We're now approaching 2:30.
39.
So this is making sure that you do the right things backstage. Make sure you're keeping yourself going, keeping yourself warm, but not overdoing it, because that can be the issue, can't it, on a day like this?
The issue is one of the extremes. Staying on the board too long or sitting down for too long. You sit down for too long, you start going stiff. Then you start thinking, oh, I can't get the same feeling I had earlier.
David Carr, 161.
Then you start chasing that, and vice versa, you practice for too long and you just lose concentration, so then you start throwing lazy darts, and it's managing the day, and it takes time. It's a different environment. Making sure you're getting your snacks in. I say snacks rather than food, because you don't want to feel full. You don't want to feel too satisfied, because
81.
That's when you really start to lose that competitive nature as well. So you just need to keep yourself content.
12 and ball. Double 13 on the back of that triple 12. His combination finishing today, Dave Prins, has been absolutely exemplary. Those pop combinations, as they are commonly called now, have been his forte all day.
Second leg, Barrie to throw first. Game on.
You say Dave Prins pings. Well, Dave Prins pings the popper. That's a tungsten showstopper. Come on then, Barry. We haven't seen one here since Conor Heenahan got one in the second week in this venue.
And if there's anyone who you would like to see get a 9-dart leg, it'd have to be Barrie Bates.
I'm stunned we've only had one 9-darter in this venue.
So far, I'm sure there'll be plenty more added to it.
Let me fantasize for a second. Imagine if someone wins Champions Week on the 9, the confetti comes raining down in the most perfect fashion. You can't top that.
$140, Barrie 99.
Well, the trouble there would have left him his favourite double 18 on the back of that free. 56 to level this game up with Prins back on 180. Ain't going to be for much longer. For very long at all. Has to move across because those darts stand up. He had to go high.
Barrie 56.
Otherwise, he could have been sucked into the treble.
46. Davies 20.
Double his lead after just 13 darts.
Game shot on the second leg.
I said earlier on, Dave Prins, the problem would be on the doubles and moving around the board until he got some reps in, and because that's when you lack a little bit of practice where it's going to highlight itself.
First. Game on.
However, last time we saw him, he took on Mike Symes. He's 4 from 4 on the doubles. He's now on stage taking on Barrie Bates. He's 2 from 2 on the doubles.
180.
His first max of the match.
60.
Game before that was against Dave Davies. So his last 7 darts at a double would have been successful. I'm going to scour back and see
60.
If we can make this 8. We're getting a bit of a
45.
pattern emerging. No, it's 7. His last 7 doubles have all been successful.
57.
He may have the opportunity to make it 8 in a second.
60. $100.
Tunley's on 104. Very makeable compared to what he's done so far today. Bates can only try and score and hope.
100.
Which, in the way that Dave's playing, is akin to praying for an asteroid. $84 left. Not going to get another go at double in this visit, but he's going to set it up handily.
88.
Very, very handily. Double 16 after, double 8 after 15, leaving 16 after 15.
100.
Last 7 darts thrown at a double for Dave Prins have all been successful. Can he make it 8 from 8?
Game shot on the
8 from 8 on double 8. And Prins is a leg away at 3-0.
Fourth leg Barrie to throw first.
As my commentary colleague Matthew Edgar departs up to the balcony.
$80.
He will join.
$82. $100. $100. $55.
So Prins on the edge of victory here. Reminder, we're back tomorrow,
79.
9:30, for the continuation of Group A, when we know Kevin Painter's going to be the man that leads
61.
overnight. 5 from 5, 10 from 10. He's not far away is Dave Prins, from applying pressure on Painter. And moving himself, respectively,
42.
onto 6 points, where he'll be joined by Matt Clark. 3 and 2 day for him there.
45.
So those are the averages there. Prins on 87. It's been a solid performance from him. He's got better as the day's gone along. And he isn't.
45.
You sense
Barrie your car 160.
possibly too far away from victory, and as Bates can find a 160. Right on this occasion. And so Prins will return for the 153. There's only one way to go for this. Triple 20,
66.
triple 19, double
David Carr,
18.
153.
I actually saw Mike Symes wire this earlier on today. And it would have been quite the way for Dave Prins to round off his day. He's been the finishing expert.
100. Barrie your car 94.
Unless this 94 goes, he should get 2 at tops to seal a 4-0 win.
$34. David Carr 53.
53 for the match for Dave Prins to move on to 6 points overnight. 2 darts at tops. It's a rare miss on the doubles.
33. Barrie your car 60.
They're like London buses. Once one comes, the other does too. They got a leg on the
Game shot on
board.
the fourth leg. Barrie Bates.
Barrie Bates is on the board. Pulls it back to 3-1, but it is Prins who has the darts here in leg 5 to seal a 4-1 success.
Fifth leg Dave to throw first. Game on.
A reminder that on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, if you missed any of the action today, we will have highlights of it. They'll be available later on this evening.
55.
As well as Game of the Day and other bonus content from behind the scenes. And then we're back tomorrow morning, 9:30 AM on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, where this man on your screen now, Dave Prins, will be looking to be the big move and shaker on what we like to call moving day.
64.
221 points away from victory day, Prins, and it looks as if now he's going to have the luxury of time. He's been impressive as the day's gone on. Man who hasn't played much. A couple of issues in the back end of 2022, but
94.
Turn of the year has meant the opportunity to get himself going again. And it looks as if it's the Dave Prins that at the beginning of 2022 was making the World Seniors quarter-final, was winning the Isle of Man Open event. And after 12 darts, sets himself fair on tops to seal a 4-1 win. Barrie Bates has shown moments, shown glimpses, shown signs. He'll be back tomorrow. But it is Prins who stares down tops to seal the final victory of the day. Double 10.
No score.
But it goes the other side. May not be the worst disaster dart in the world because Bates is back on 228. But suddenly, from having a perfect doubles percentage in 8 consecutive legs, Prins is finding the final double to seal the match here a little bit more difficult. He's going to get 6 more. And he's going to need the 6, and now it's awkward because he goes up for double 5. Bates still not on a finish, but he will be now.
60. Debut card 10.
To keep the Badger in with a sniff of qualification.
Game shot.
Double 5 is sank for Dave Prins, who improved as the day went on, and he is going to be a contender for Group A glory here at the Super Series. He moves on to 6 points, having won 3 from 5 today. He gets the better of Barrie Bates by 4 legs to 1 with an 82.83 average. 4 out of 12 on the doubles, that equates to 33%. But it's Dave Prins who's the final victor of the day. It's Kevin Painter who is the table topper overnight. And to round up all the action, Chris Murphy's up on the balcony with Matthew Edgar.
Yeah, thanks, Henry. He got there in the end, didn't he, Dave Prins? 7 darts at double without missing, and then he missed 8 before finally getting over the line.
Well, there's an expression that the hardest double to hit is the one that wins the match, and that just played out exactly to that expression.
But the day has all been about Kevin Painter, hasn't it? He was speaking to me just before that game. He's won all of his matches. We'll take a look at the table to confirm that. He's the kind of player that I would have liked to spoke to for longer. He's just a fascinating type of character, isn't he, Kevin Painter? Not happy with how he played, but obviously has got to be happy with how the tables ended up.
You wouldn't say you want to speak to Kevin Painter for longer if you spoke to Kevin Painter for longer. That theory would soon change. But 10 points at the top of the table, 4 points clear. He's going to be happy with that. He well knows he can play better than that. He made a mention to that in the interview he did when he came up here. And that's the problem with Kevin Painter sometimes. He is a perfectionist. And sometimes that can be a bit of a downfall. He's going to take the positives from that, absolutely. He's been in these groups and these phases many times before and been unsuccessful. So to have 10 points without really feeling like you've even started yet, there's a lot to take from that.
But in that last match, he was 3-0 down. He takes out tops. He takes out the 1-2-9 on the ball and then wins the last leg in 11 darts. So the way he dug deep, it was almost like, you know, when they say in football that a goalkeeper's had nothing to do and then suddenly when they need to, they produce a save. That's what he did. He saved that match.
Yeah, I said in commentary that what Kevin Painter's done, without playing brilliant, is won all the key moments. Every time a match comes down to a moment where you've got to hit this now, Kevin, he has. That 1-2-9, the way the leg was going, you thought, he's not likely to hit this, and then takes it out and it goes out in 11 darts, and had to. Matt Clark hit 3 140s. He kept the pressure on Kevin Painter all the way down. He did his part in that, but the opportunity for Matt Clark had already gone. Kevin Painter wins all the key moments.
Painter himself said just finally that he feels that if you top of the group on Monday, 4 points clear, and you don't win it, you don't deserve to be on Saturday. Do you agree with that, and do you think that he will win this group now?
I agree that he should win this group from here. I thought he'd win the group from the very start, to be honest. Before a dart was thrown, I thought Kevin Painter would win. However, now he's 4 points clear. He is odds-on favourite. He's massive favourite to win this group. I don't see at the moment where he's going to lose a match. I think at the moment the rest of the field are probably seeing him as the table topper and as the big player to beat. And I think it's coming through at times as well, because he's getting a little bit extra moments where against each other they're not really doing that. And you do get this in groups. You sort of pick the one to beat. The practice rooms, this one, it's not like last week. This is a bit quieter in there. But I think with that as well, there's a bit of an aura. And I think Kevin commands an aura when he's on stage. And I think players are playing into that a little bit.
Right, we'll see what happens when the group resumes tomorrow. Everybody still in the mix, but Kevin Painter has laid his marker down, winning all of his games. We will return from 9:30 AM live on Sporty Stuff TV and, of course, the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. But on the first day of Group A, it was perfect from Painter.